Oh, you don't smoke? Well, it is not a good habit, but all good habits make a dull person.
Well, I wouldn't call any of us dull here.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Cheap Seat Critics podcast. I am one of your regular hosts, Tsukiki Writer,
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks.
and today we're covering All Quiet on the Western Front. One of my favorite books that I read when I was younger, and got a lot of history in this one as well. So right up my alley, I suppose. Uh, But yeah, I guess let's start with our histories and stuff. So, Crimson, you want to start with us? You want to start out history on either what you know about World War One or All Quiet on the Western Front?
Sure. Uh, World War One knowledge. I knew a lot in high school. It has faded away over time. I know, like Franz Ferdinand, the introductions of flamethrowers and tanks were in this war. Trench warfare was pretty prominent. That's why it's a big thing in this movie. Uh, Yeah, just the general basic stuff at this point. I don't remember too many battle names and duration that much either. It's like 1914 to 18, right? Or something close to that.
Yep, that's pretty much what it
Uh,
is. Yeah.
so very, very bare bones at this point. And in terms of the movie, I this is the second time I've seen it. I saw it in 11th grade in my history class. Shocker. Uh, that teacher was pretty cool. He showed us a few movies, uh, and I liked it first time, and I enjoyed seeing people in my class cry to it. So I doubt any of us really got that emotional into this movie, but there were some people in my
Very
class that
sadistic
did.
of you.
Hey, it's always fun to watch people cry in movies. Okay.
That's true.
Yep, that's it.
All right. How about you, Sprinks?
First time I've heard of All Quiet on the Western Front was when the 2022 movie, I believe, got announced for Netflix. Other than that, never heard of it before in my life. Never seen this movie until now, so first time viewing. And my history of World War One is mostly through movies because history was my worst subject in school. So
That's
that,
fair.
that's pretty much it.
Well, and then this is probably a bit of a learning experience, then I suppose too as well.
Oh,
All
the
right.
Treaty of Versailles. I remember that as well.
It's the Treaty of Versailles. You don't pronounce the
Well,
L's.
close enough. Close enough.
uh,
Core component of World War II starting up. All right, we
Yeah, pretty
got it.
much. Um, I will. So I guess I'll start with my history of World War One. I'm definitely much more World War Two knowledge expert. So I will say World War One is not what I would call my area of expertise, but I still have a general interest in it because I write warfare in my books, and I try to implement a lot of uh inspired history whenever I do that sort of thing. So World War One for me. I know a fair bit. I also binged a couple documentaries last night, so I'm a little more up to date now on how widespread the warfare was. Because this movie focuses specifically on the Western Front, um, and the fact that the trench lines pretty much ran from the English Channel all the way to Sweden, which was a neutral country, so neither side could invade it. Um, and then we had the Eastern Front, which was against the Czar Russians up until the Russian Revolution. We had the Austrian fronts, Austria-Hungary front, um, which was against the Italians. And I'm forgetting another country that was there. Anyways, a lot of countries were involved. It was a world war.
Yes.
The Ottoman Empire got in on the war on the side of the Germans and the Austro-Hungarians, and they were primarily fighting the war against the French of the Middle East and the British expeditionary forces in Egypt. Um, and also that was in that campaign during the Gallipoli campaign, we had our first use of British colonies starting to kind of embrace their own nationalities. The Anzacs were there as their own force, which were the Australians. They were able to fly their flag for the first time in history, which was a big thing for them. And it's just pretty much their Anzac Day is pretty much for the Australians is July 4th, uh, Veterans Day, and President's Day all rolled into one, more or less.
Hmm.
um, yeah, so 10 out of
Crikey.
10. We definitely should go visit Australia on Anzac Day because we can get fucked up really good.
Yeah, by
Um,
the animals.
by the animals and the alcohol. And that's just the general knowledge. And then and that's just my basic knowledge. Oh, I forgot the East African front, but that's pretty much it for my land knowledge. I have much more familiarity what's going on in terms of naval warfare because I'm a sci-fi writer, so warships is kind of where my most of my I guess knowledge tends to come from. Um, so I'm more familiar with that. This is war had the first introduction of U-boats, submarines and that nature. Um, and I think that's it for basics. And in terms of All Quiet on the Western Front itself, as I said, I've read the book when I was in high school. It was one of my favorites. I have seen every version of this movie, except for this one up until this for the podcast. Because I saw the new one when it came out for Netflix, and I saw the 1930 ones before the Netflix one came out. So, uh, having seen all three, I would think this is probably my least favorite version.
Oh,
And that's not necessarily saying the movie's bad, but it just happens to be my least favorite version. There's some it's just the way it is, I guess. Um, and I think that's it for my history on All Quiet on the Western Front. So, Sprinks, do you want to read us our socials before I start giving out facts?
Yes. First, this is season 8, so it's the decade season. So this is our choice of the 70s, because we said All Quiet on the Western Front, but not which version. But I presume clicking on it, this is 1979 version we're discussing today. This was actually our second pick, because unfortunately our first pick was unable to be found for us to all view. Not saying it can't ever be done, but in the future it could. Our first pick was Enter the Dragon. Second pick being All Quiet on the Western Front, and our third pick for the 70s was Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
And I'm sure we'll go back to Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory at some point. It's a very iconic movie.
And
um,
socials. Please, if you can, follow us on our social media platforms that we have available. We are at Cheap Seat Critics on Instagram and TikTok. Remove that S, and it's Cheap Seat Critic at Twitter. We are Cheap Seat Critics Podcast over on Facebook and YouTube.com/ at Cheap Seat Critics if you'd like more of the visual side of things, even though we do know this is an audio podcast. We also have a letterbox if you're interested in that as well.
awesome. So I guess I'll dive into some facts about this. I think because we had some back and forths over the Discord about the sound effects of this movie. So I thought I'd start out with this got an Emmy Award for Outstanding Film Editing for a limited series.
Okay.
okay,
Well,
okay.
for
This
editing.
movie got a few awards,
Oh
actually, I
yeah,
think.
it won a Golden Globe Award for Best Motion Picture Made for Television and an Emmy for the Outstanding Film Editing. Let's see. It had a limited release in theaters, but it was made for television. So, um, it had a budget of $6 million, which I think was stretched pretty thin. Uh, and they paid Remark's widow, the writer of All Quiet on the Western Front, $100,000 for film rights.
Oh, okay.
Um, This one, uh, this is actually filmed very largely in Europe. the the fields and the trenches and stuff like that. So they most of that is on location. Uh, then a lot of the film was also filmed in Soviet-occupied Czechoslovakia, and it is one of the first U.S. UK productions to be shot in a communist country.
Wow. And now they do it for Mulan.
They must have had to pull some strings for that.
Yeah, a little bit. Kind of a little more on them actually filming in the trenches, more or less, in France and stuff like that. I'm gonna be honest, it doesn't look like that on the film. It does feel like a backlot to me most of the time.
Wow.
But,
I thought it was very authentic and
yeah. Uh, then again, that just might be because like I said, I've seen, I guess, the other films, I guess, portray that better, but I do appreciate the authenticity, so I still have my appreciation for that. Um, another fact is, Kaiser Wilhelm, when he's pinning medals on shoulders, the Iron Cross, during the award ceremony scene, the Kaiser is using only his right hand, while an aide in the soldiers helps to hold the tunic, because that is a historically accurate detail, since the real Kaiser had a stunted and withered left arm that was virtually useless.
oh, I didn't
Oh,
know that. And
Um,
this movie is pretty accurate.
yes, we'll talk about that when we get started a little bit for me as well. I was actually comparing the rifles to the standard issue rifles that both armies had, and they did a decent job. Um, Richard Thomas, Paul Baumer was 28 when he made this movie, making him 10 years older than his character.
no, it doesn't look that old.
Yep. Does a decent job. Uh, and Ernest Borgnine was 62 when he played Cat, and the character is only about 40 in the novel. And that is all the facts I have, unless either of you got any to throw out there.
No, I do not.
Uh, no.
All right, then let us get started. Who wants to start?
What format are we doing for the audience?
Oh, right. Sorry. Sorry. I forget the audience is not here. Uh, the we're doing popcorn, but we're gonna do our best to keep pretty linear. Because there is a lot that happens in this movie, but we might not necessarily have much to say about everything that happens in the movie. So, and with that, who wants to start?
I think Crimson wants to start.
Boy, do I. So we get a nice shot of our cast in the trenches, a little bit in maybe like a minute or so, where we get this just long shot going from man to man, saying their name and what they do or want to do, or what they're going to school for, stuff like that. We get to know a little bit about all these people, even though, at least for me personally, it's kind of hard to keep track of their names and stuff for most of them,
Mhm.
which kind of becomes, I think, a problem later in the film for me because they're like, this guy, and this guy died. I'm like, I don't know which ones those were. uh, but I think it's a good introduction here. Um, they timed moving the camera well with the voiceover, which makes me wonder if they had it pre-recorded or just someone on standby saying it, and then the cameraman keeps going, and because it timed pretty well,
Well,
like,
do you think
each
Mhm.
description.
do you think the voiceover was all one take?
It sounded like it, but I guess it could be chopped up, potentially. If they did, doesn't seem like it to me. Did it seem like that to you?
It I mean, either or. It could have been either way. I just think it's easier to edit if it was individual for each character, because then it's not like redo if the camera's moving while it's still describing another person.
Yeah, I mean, totally could be. Uh, it flows well regardless, I think.
I think a little bit more on that as well is some notes, I guess, from the first from the 1930s movie. The 1930s movie was actually the first movie to incorporate like wide sweeping crane shots. Like they actually brought cranes on to their set to get the visual for the larger fights and stuff. And in that vein, this movie also pushes similarly like forward like pyrotechnics and other filming techniques as well. Like it was one of the first movies to really lean hard in that direction. Um,
The use of of explosives in this, I think, were really, really good.
uh,
They felt pretty meaty.
they certainly sound pretty meaty. They don't look pretty meaty, but I again I attribute that to it's the 70s. So uh, I think they do
I
a good job
guess
with
we
what
can
they
talk
have.
about that. In what
Yeah, go for it.
regards does it not seem meaty? Like, not enough fire for you, or just
No,
dirt going up? What does
it's
it mean?
just it's not enough destruction, if that makes sense. Like
I
the impact of shell rounds would be wiping out buildings more cleanly. And don't get me wrong, I think they look good, but it's just like they're not doing the damage that they normally would,
I'm in
if that makes
agreement.
sense.
It was more smoke and lights than actual destruction, or I mean, shake. I mean, there's no camera shake whatsoever during any explosion, and that's just steady cam, but it's also not like affecting the actors walking around.
I like I said, I attribute that to the it being the 70s and the fact that this is a fairly low budget. Because I do think the sound effects are really good for the explosions. That's what makes it, um, I guess, get the meaty feeling, but it definitely doesn't appear that way on screen to me.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't I think I only caught a couple times where they might have reused explosion sounds because a lot of them sounded pretty unique, uh, overall, I think.
If I had to make a general guess as to what they did, I think if they filmed explosions, they did it in like different ranges, and they just kind of looped the ones at specific ranges. So like this shell is supposed to land 100 yards over here. Okay, we recorded this at 100 yards, so let's use this sound effect, that sort of thing. So I
Mhm.
feel like that's what they did to record it. I don't know for sure. That's just how I think I would have gone about directing that, so I can get the authenticity of, I guess, explosions. Because I think you're right. They get the distance and the range of them very well. That is one thing I do like. Sprinks, you got anything?
Oh, I got a plenty. I just
Uh,
didn't know if it was still on Crimson
oh
here.
yeah, yeah. Do you got? I mean, well, I guess Crimson. Do you have anything more to add?
Uh, no, I'm alright.
All
Yeah.
right, then I'll go. The opening is of a quote, and then going into some actors, and then the title, and then it pans down to a building, and it's quiet, and then an explosion for an attention grabber, kind of jump scare ish because of noise, before rolling on with the rest of the credits. I think that's it's both a attention to I don't know. Trying to
A
figure out my
grab, a
words here.
hook.
No, it's
Mhm.
it's a hook, but it's after the title of All Quiet on the Western Front. Of quiet is the visual word being read, and there's no noise until the explosion to grab into the hook that it's a war movie. I think
It's just
pairs,
thematic relevant.
yeah, it parallels one another.
Yeah. Contrasts, I think.
Contrast. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you.
Yeah.
Contrast one another.
Um. Yes, it is a very. Most movies, all quiet on the Western Front, do this their openings very well. Because the opening text, as you say, is actually directly from the book. Um, and a lot of Bomber's narration throughout this movie is also directly from the book. Um,
Oh, that makes sense.
so yeah,
It's
so
already
it does help the movie a lot, I suppose, in that regard.
yeah, it's already
Uh,
pre-written in a sense.
yeah. But I agree. It's a nice detail that I like for sure. Um,
I could follow up with a detail I don't necessarily care for. You two were talking about the I see it as two different things: editing and sound design, or Foley. Sound design and Foley, I think, is its own thing, and editing is the editing together the shots and what pairs next and when to use what noise.
Yeah.
Uh, for me, the dubbed over Foley at the beginning of this battle scene seemed very corny, and yes, 70s in the time, but rather than using actual noises out of the props they had, whether I don't know if the noise of the weapons could even be picked up on audio. I'm sure they could have if they had enough blanks to use or live ammunition if that was accessible to them. Um, the noise of the grenades and everything, it was very dubbed in because you can see people firing weapons and there's no noise for it. And then other times where they fire one shot and you hear three, um, and that's not just like range, I guess, because they're pretty good at doing range of like, if a grenade goes off far in the background, you can hear it faintly versus, very up close to the camera. And I don't know if they just use it as an excuse that it's war to just throw in war noises to kind of cover everything up at the beginning fight here because it was just like there's grenade like off screen you can't see but hear. And I don't know if that's used to cover up the noise of the guns being fired that don't have a noise for them that are closer to the camera, and it just seemed very messy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that is what this war was. It was messy. There's more going
Well,
on than what we see on the screen.
no, that's
Yeah.
fine, but it looked like to me like a silent film and someone was just pressing a soundboard of noises. It wasn't like
I
actually
think
matching up to things.
yeah, like the movie unfortunately gets a lot of leeway in this because that's movement theoretically along their entire section of the front, and we're just seeing the portion with our characters in. So like theoretically, like right behind where the camera would be following them, like charging across the no man's land, there would be others, people firing and also throwing grenades and that sort of thing. I
Oh
think
yeah,
what yeah, I think I know what you're saying, so I'm gonna offer a bit of an idea. I think that if they implemented it, would have helped you. Um, if the camera actually panned back and like people started running past the camera lens, so like we just see the legs or the sides of people, if that makes sense.
yeah, that could work. Put in actual foley of movement of feet through dirt or something. Yeah, with the noise because then you don't have to see it, but you can see the feet because that cements it in more the realism, at least to me. And the whole sound design to me was very much in the first hour of the film. It gets to me, it got way better because it's not exactly very much used later in the film. But
Hmm.
Huh.
Um,
Yeah, I didn't find much issue with it in the beginning here. I do agree that there were moments where you see them shoot, but you don't hear a corresponding shot with it. So I agree with you that that's inconsistent. But I think just hearing stuff that aren't on the screen, I don't see that as an issue because we,
no,
we
I'm
we
not
know a scope
saying
of it.
that's an
So
issue of it's like a grenade goes off, you can't see it, and you just hear it. Being an issue is like, oh, I didn't see it. I see it an issue of it being used to cover up the fact that you can't hear the gun noises.
oh, okay, that's what you are hearing. You're hearing it like blending over what you would
Yeah,
hear with
it's like the
gunshots.
grenade goes off, and it's like the grenade's there, so you don't hear like, oh, we didn't have the noise for this gun going off or something like choice. So it's just like a mess of noise to be thrown into war, sound like war, but doesn't match up with what you're looking at.
Hmm.
That
I
was
don't think
my
it's to
dilemma
cover
with
up
it.
because they can just place the gun sounds. I think that was just there to show explosion sounds. Because, like you
Okay,
said,
well,
these are not like practical sounds; these are post. So covering up nothing doesn't really make sense
no,
because they could just put in the
well,
gun sounds.
it makes more. Okay, well, for example, it makes more sense to me for what they did versus if you see 40 men lined up firing guns and you hear three shots and that's the only noise, just like pew pew pew, and that's it, and you see like all these men firing, but they throw in the grenade noise and people screaming and running around in the mud, like all that noise layered on top of it, even though it's not shown, to cover up the missing sound effects to match with the weaponry. That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, there's also an element of like audio clarity where, let's say, example of 40 guns going off, all relatively close to each other. That's just going to sound like a mess, regardless. You're saying it's already kind of sounding cluttered with screams, grenades, not an appropriate amount of gunfire sounds. It's
Well,
going to sound way cluttered if they take into account every single gun
then
being
that
shown.
falls on to, is it being done this way for the purpose of the film, or is it being done this way for the realism of war? It's like, what are they leaning more on?
Well, at the end of the day, this is an entertainment piece, so I think some liberties are taken in this regard. Better sound, because if it was just constant bullets, it would just be and it'd just be loud nonsense. This we can audibly tell what's happening. We can tell grenades are going off. We can tell people are in pain because of the screams, because we wouldn't hear the screams over the bullets if they were all shooting at a crazy rate. So I think there is a creative decision in reducing it so it's more audibly pleasing. It will sacrifice the realism factor, as you point out, but I think it's a worthy sacrifice to sound better.
Okay. And Ryder, do you lean one way over the other?
Um, I think Crimson took me to a more existential place with his comment about it being an entertainment piece. Uh, but in terms of the audio thing, because I have the first shot in my head of when it's panning across our characters and they're all in the trench still and they're shooting their guns and they're pulling on their oh, fucking gun analyst is gonna piss me off. Whatever the hmm,
Rifle, you know.
yeah, they're putting on their rifle handles to essentially get the empty shell out more or less, um, or the empty casing out of the barrel of their gun. I completely forgot what that is right now, and
Bolt
that's pissed me off.
action.
Thank you. They're bolts. When they're pulling on their bolts. So when they're because when I'm thinking of the opening scene, I'm not thinking of like the chaotic like they're charging back and forth. I'm thinking of our characters lined up in the trench, pulling on their bolt actions, and how that noise is like as the camera's focusing on the character, we hear their gunshot and we hear them pulling on the bolt action, and then we move on to the next character, gunshot, them pulling on their bolt action. So I'm thinking more about that than regards with the whole scene in of itself because that particular like panning over was more like centrally focused on each character, and while there we hear explosions, we're only seeing and hearing like our character's gun and bolt action. So I'm I think with that, I'm gonna lean towards what Crimson is saying. I think it's done just for audio clarity for us as an audience, so where our senses aren't overwhelmed.
Okay.
Uh, Ryder, you brought up how I brought up an existential thing. What is that?
Well, as you say that this is done as an entertainment piece first, uh, that is why I think this is my least favorite version of All Quiet on the Western Front.
I mean, I guess it depends on your definition of entertainment. Um,
Well, I
Yeah.
also
Well,
think
what do you?
how did you
made for
define it then?
TV limits it as well of what's allowed
Yes,
on public
That's a factor.
broadcast.
that is
Okay,
also obviously a factor, but you
lower the
first.
gore factor. I know there's one like iconic visual from the '30s one with like the hands on the barbed wire. That's
Mhm.
probably that's they don't. There's nothing really like that in this at all.
I actually thought they
Um,
were gonna recreate it because there is a scene of like a Frenchman grabbing his hands grabbing onto barbed wire, and then he's just covered with explosions because a grenade landed at his feet, and we it cuts away before we see the gruesomeness or whatever. So there was a shot in this film that paid homage to that.
yeah. So uh, definitely, this being for TV does limit the gore factor and the realism towards that because we see a lot of people like flipping around, getting blown up and stuff, but we're not seeing chunks of people getting
No.
flown about or anything like that.
Mhm.
Um, Shoot, what was the beginning of this? I was going to say something.
I like the entertainment factor is where I said I got
Entertainment
it.
factor, yes.
Yeah.
So for me, it's a very broad term. Entertainment for movies for me is just a film that keeps you engaged. So an entertainment movie can be a super sad slow movie. It can be an action movie. Entertainment is just a broad sense that of an engaging movie for me.
Okay, then I don't think I have any issue with your use of it then. So,
Okay.
um, Yeah, my so where I the reason that gave me a bit of an existential thing because I was going back to why I think this is my least favorite. There's a point that needs to be illustrated with All Quiet on the Western Front. It is a staunchly anti-war film, which is
Mm,
very, very hard to do in any format. I would probably go as far as to say I don't think any World War II movie is properly an anti-war movie. And what I mean by that is like there's in a World War II movie, I'm gonna pick on Saving Private Ryan because you have the opening at Omaha Beach, which is very, very brutal. It pulls you into the gore, I guess, of the World War II. And then, but at the end, the sacrifices mean something. Um, which then I think trumps the thematic element of it. All Quiet on the Western Front needing to be an anti-war movie. Um, uh, w- which is why it's very hard to do World War II in that frame of mind. I don't think there's any World War II movie that is anti-war because a lot of things retroactively, mm, the retrospective on World War II is that it was a just war because of what everything was happening. What the villains of World War II were doing. Whereas in All Quiet on the Western Front, it was a meaningless war. So a lot of it builds into that. Um, that's why All Quiet on the Western Front is really held up to be one of the greatest anti-war pieces of all time. And so going back to my point about the entertainment factor or the it being an entertainment piece first, I don't think that works for All Quiet on the Western Front in my definition in this case because my definition of entertainment would be turn your brain off, you don't have to think about it, that sort of thing. Whereas in like you're being entertained by what's happening on the screen, you aren't being taught a message, more or less. And all the purpose of All Quiet on the Western Front was to teach the viewer a very specific message. We can argue about how the effectiveness of that message is communicated, but I think in my definition of entertainment and what I think All Quiet on the Western Front should be, based on what came before, that really heavily affected my subjective because I do think a lot of this was more entertainment than anti-war, if that makes sense.
yeah,
No, yeah, that makes sense.
So that was a long spiel. So I hope I got that out clearly.
yeah. Your entertainment definition is just my definition for a popcorn film, which
Okay.
I don't really see this as a popcorn film, but
I don't think it
teach
mine
their
like I
own.
said, I don't think it is either. I'm just saying that that's why you gave me a bit of an existential thing because I was starting to compare this to the other two and like is this the most popcorn filmy of the three? I
Well,
think it is, but that doesn't necessarily mean it is a popcorn film.
does listing something as made for TV lower or put it more into the definition of a popcorn film?
I don't think so.
Not for me. That by itself doesn't.
Okay.
Um because I mean,
Yeah, I think it's
I
just the
guess
quality of the product
yeah, I
for
think it
me
would just be the quality of the product. Because
and the
I'm
intention.
thinking,
Because if we
because
had
I'm
like a
thinking,
Fast and Furious movie that's made for TV, I think a lot of people are still going to consider that a popcorn movie, regardless of whether or not it's a movie or not in the theaters or not.
Okay. I was just
You're
curious on
saying
that.
something right or not? Sure.
no, I was listening to you because and I've lost what I was gonna say, so it doesn't matter.
Right.
Yeah, it's how it be sometimes. All right. Uh,
Well, I can easily swing into a gripe I have with the film here.
all right.
The French advance, they get shot, whistle gets blown, they retreat.
Yeah.
You got another aerial of the retreat with a cool silhouette of a plane going by. There's not one single body left in no man's land.
Yeah, it's a bit of a problem. I actually, when the airplane goes by, I have a note as well. It looks like a single winged plane when World War One is famous for its biplanes. It's a shadow,
Oh, well,
but I so like I don't have that as an issue. I just said it's a potential issue because I genuinely don't know. because it depends on the angle of the sun, depends on a bunch of other factors, whether you can see,
Yeah.
whether it's a bi-winged plane or not, whether it's at an angle or whether it's not. So just wrote it down.
Mm. Yeah, good observation. Uh, yeah, the no body thing, that's kind of an issue. More with for me, the depiction of the trenches, because it's very infamous for World War One that the trenches were so filthy that you were walking on bodies constantly. They were not cleaned out. They're filled with rats. We got to see a little section of that, but that's not really carried out throughout the film. Um,
I
the
can tell you
trenches
why.
were pretty clean through this.
I can tell
All
you
right.
why though. The German trenches were far better in condition than the French trenches. The reason for this being is the Germans, in their mindset, were making a new border to their homeland. So that's why the German trenches are much more furnished. They have housing, they have woodworks, they have a bunch of other things. That's typically not in the French trenches. The French trenches are also the ones that are like, as you described, are very grotesque. They're the ones that had more rats. They're the ones that had all the filth. But not saying that the German trenches also didn't have their fair share, but the German trenches was a bit of a lesser extent.
Okay.
And since we spend most of our time in German trenches,
Yes.
uh, but I kind of agree. It's in like it's a very well known trope, more or less, about how filthy the trenches were, more or less. Um, and I think this one was definitely. I have a bit of a gripe, but this is more of a subjective complaint. I will say I think the new All Quiet on the Western Front movie from 2022 definitely ruined this for me. I have a very hard time listening to people with British accents, Australian accents, and American accents talking in the German army.
Yeah, that was it was a little weird because they do speak French to the French, but they're
Yeah, French was a bit
English
of a
to.
required, so
Well, true. I'm
but
just I'm saying they're speaking English of a German, but still speaking French, and the French speak French. So
it's definitely that one's definitely subjective. I don't think this is a it breaks the film necessarily, but I was getting annoyed when someone with an Australian accent was talking and they're a German soldier, and I'm like, no.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely prefer what we got opposed to just a subtitle movie or something like that.
You need to watch the new one,
I
100%.
yeah, I haven't seen it.
we'll cover it someday.
And then I guess I'll go to something. We're introduced to Bomber with him drawing a bird in his class.
Yes.
It's very very quick characterization, kind of in the theme of what you brought up, Crimson, about how they were panning through all the characters, and we got snippets of who they are, what their personality is, just before the big action set piece started. Um,
Well, I have a question to that. Is this because it's not the film isn't in a linear time shown? It jumps back and forth in places. Is this the earliest scene of Bomber in the film?
Uh, I
yes.
think so.
Okay.
The reason I say yes is because the other flashbacks with him. Uh, no, that might be. I was there. I might. It's been a while. It's been like a week since I saw the first half of the movie, and a couple days for the second half. So is there a scene with him and his the boys, more or less? Are they like going around talking to girls and they're walking through like a garden and stuff like that?
No, that's Paul Bomber daydreaming when they're back resting for a day from the trenches.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's after they eat twice the portions, and then he's like daydreaming.
So that wasn't a memory then. That was a daydream.
I I did not take it as a memory.
I took that as a memory because I think all the memories are in order, like they're linear. But I think that that's the only one that's up in the air for me of whether that's the earliest impression we get of Balmer.
I don't
Okay.
recall. Did that have like an effect on it, like a dream effect or anything? I
No,
don't
it had
remember.
him blind out. The reason I thought it was daydreaming because it goes from Balmer with his eyes closed in the field, and then some lady like looking over him, and then it cuts back to him with his eyes closed in the field, smiling to himself, and then back to the like walking around with this lady, and there's an accordion player in a park.
Okay.
I
Yeah, I
I
brought it up here. I agree. That's a daydream.
I thought because the cut back to him made it seem like it was all in his head.
okay.
Because the other ones have been like single whole scenes to then cut back.
Okay. Then yeah. Uh, I'm kind of was 50-50 on that anyway. And so, like I said, it's the only one that was up in the air for me on whether it was a linear out of linear memory or if it was a daydream. So,
Okay. Well, then in that case,
um,
that's good because I think it would have affected me in some form or fashion because this is a very interesting way to bookend a movie.
Yeah. His
uh,
youth and innocence portrayed in the beginning was his downfall at the end.
True.
It's not
I was
like
uh,
just saying the introduction of Paul Baumer and the death of Paul Baumer is drawing a bird,
yep. I do like that as a bookend as well.
but
Uh,
it's not it's a creative approach because it's not a linear bookend. The first scene of the movie isn't him drawing, but the earliest
yeah, but
scene
it's our
or
earliest
earliest,
memory with
yeah.
it. Yeah. Um, oh, I forgot I had a note for symbolism when you're panning through all the characters and getting their names and what they do and stuff like that. At the very during just before the big action set piece, I wrote this down. It reminds me a bit of the Iliad in a way, and it's a story that's wholly opposite from this one because the Iliad introduces its heroes in a similar fashion, like all the Greek heroes like Achilles, Hector, and all of them. They're introduced in a very similar fashion with their their capabilities, their dreams, their gods that they worship, that sort of thing. And it's I found that a very, very interesting contrast because well, the Iliad more or less glorifies warfare almost to a degree, glorifies the heroism of it, whereas this film or intentionally does the opposite. Uh, that was an interesting connection that I made for that. So,
I'm curious if that is an actual connection in the film made.
uh,
not likely.
that would be more of the author's thing because it's been a while since I read All Quiet on the Western Front. I would want to see how they introduced all their characters, and from there, I would probably make a more educated guess because the author who wrote All Quiet on the Western Front, pretty smart person.
Well, Ryder, you said they bought the rights to the book for this film, correct?
From the Widow,
From the widow.
yes,
Okay, so would that mean more creative liberties to be taken to change things? Because if
potentially, yes.
okay, because if you're seeing that connection to the Iliad, as you said, is that because of the filmmakers of the film and the director's approach to put it in, or as you
I said
say, or
I would
could
have
be in the
to
book?
reread the book to see how they introduced the character. I wouldn't be surprised if Bomber's narration is word for word, in which case I'm more likable to believe either way it's a direct connection for me.
Okay.
Yeah,
Uh,
I saw one video talking about this movie, and according to that person, because I get it's their opinion on it, this is the closest to the book in terms of character stuff and events. But like I said, that
as
was their opinion. I haven't read the book. I don't know.
as far as I remember, I think they're correct. I think the movie plays up a little more of the humanity aspect of it because the movie tries to focus in on the human aspects like within the context of war, whereas the book is more focused on the the not that it's the gruesome, the downtrodden. It's there's no humanity, quote unquote, to be found in the books.
Mhm.
So I think I might agree with that person. Yes, it's been a while since I've read the book, and I want to reread it. So
And Crimson, I take it off the top of your head, can't set your source on that?
Off the top of my head, no.
Okay.
I can look them up if you want.
No, 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 no.
Okay.
uh, let's see. They're referred to as y- Iron Heroes or the Iron Youth from
The
their
Iron.
professor.
Yeah, little Starks.
Yeah.
Yes, Little
uh,
Starks.
I was I thought his professor sounded familiar, and I realized he sounded like Alec Guinness, so that sent me down a rabbit hole of
No,
what films Alec Guinness was in. No, I don't think it was him. Obviously,
that
it's
is
not him.
not Alec Guinness. No
Oh,
way.
obviously, it's obviously not him. But I'm saying that I thought he sounded like him, so I went down a rabbit hole to make sure it wasn't.
Yeah, for me, there was only one actress. There's one actress in this film that I had to double check if it was her or not,
Yeah,
which was
it was fun
Paul's
to see.
mother.
Yeah. Uh,
She did look familiar. Did you know her
I
from anything?
I thought she may have been Fair Rizal from Willow.
Interesting.
It is not. The actresses both have the same first name, but it's not her.
hmm, yeah, I guess she does have a bit of that look, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Uh, uh,
I'll go
uh,
to the in the classroom. That is some messy handwriting on the chalkboard.
That's just because it's in German, isn't it?
No, it's not easy to read. It does not seem very clear.
Um,
I've
yeah,
seen
I didn't
German
put
handwriting
too much thought
or
into it.
German, the alphabet, and it's just kind of
Mine
sloppy looking.
looked like German cursive. I don't know if they have a cursive system.
It's also interesting. This is like the only written use of German in the film. Everything else is just written in English.
for the audience's benefit.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that might be right. I don't recall any other written German. No dreams. It's time for duty to
Yeah,
be a man for the fatherland.
yeah. Upon the fate of the fatherland rests the fate of the world. For your Kaiser.
Yes, yes, yes. I heard that guy's on a
Uh,
roll.
God, Kaiser roll. Hilarious.
Thank you. Um, to go with the audio, as I stated before, or about like this first hour of the film, the teacher gets cut off in this scene. He's like, I forget, I didn't write down the actual line, but he's like talking to Balmer, and sending him on his way, and then it's a sharp cut through his audio into Balmer in the line for food,
uh,
Okay.
I didn't notice that if that's true.
and
Mhm.
that cut I would put more on editing than sound design.
So yeah, I didn't really acknowledge that. So I guess through your eyes, was it just to be a stark jumping point for the food going back to the war, or
No,
you think that was
no,
just
because
sloppy editing?
I think it was sloppy editing because when it cuts back to him in line, it's slightly zooming on Balmer, like he's in thought, like thinking of this school memory. It's not someone, snapping in his face, telling him to move or wake, shaking him awake to, connect the two scenes. It just seemed more like it was made to like save time, or like something arised and they're like someone off camera made a noise and they're like, oh, we ruined the take, but we can't do it again, so we'll just cut it. And like that's as close to the cut they could make. It just it was a very sharp cut into the final word of the teacher.
It's possible. As a TV film, they would have been constricted by ad placements, right? So they could have had a specific amount of time they had to fill, and
Actually,
chop stuff up like that.
that's something I didn't think of, but makes more sense now of ad placements. And I guess that also fits into this beginning half of the movie. I don't remember the fade to blacks because they have fade to blacks later in the film that occur to go between scenes, which I'm presuming that's a good place to do an ad break. But in the beginning of the film, there is none of that.
You're supposed to remember
I
there's
don't remember
two versions of the
specifically.
movie that was edited together. One for the matinee release, which is about an hour and 40 minutes, and then the TV version, which is what we got, which is the 2 hour and 30-minute one.
Oh yeah, I guess we should have
There's an
clarified at the
hour and
beginning here.
40-minute version?
Yes, that was the matinee movie release one.
Wow. I need to watch that. That's a lot shorter.
Yes, we watched the
Uh,
made for TV version.
I'll make you watch the other versions first, Crimson.
Let's see.
um,
Yeah, so the food stuff. I think out of this whole film, if there was going to be any like wasted time, this might be it. Because we don't get too much out of it. We get a little bit of Cat being like showing his presence here with the getting the food going. But other than that, we don't get much because
No, there's nothing really strong in this.
it's kind of just a comparison. Like they have food here, and by the end of the movie, they don't. So that could be something. Like there's a
Well,
it,
table
it,
full of bread and
it,
cheese
it,
it's
here.
also
it shows the deterioration of the war effort.
yeah, it
Yeah,
shows
Because
Cat standing up
this is
for
this is
everyone.
the early days in the war. Yeah, it is in the early days of the war. Cat standing up for everyone. I think it justifies its place here. There could be done more done with this scene, but I think it's fine. I just find it weird the chef's British.
That's I
uh,
something is off with that audio. That is the chef's audio. I believe is completely dubbed, and it's very weird.
I don't know.
It, it,
On that,
it
I
was
agree.
the
Get into that.
weirdest sounding. It was very odd to me. Everyone else sounded fine except the chef,
Let's see.
and I believe it was dubbed.
Let's see. Do I have anything else about that scene? Um, I I guess I'll talk a little bit about Cat. Cat is traditionally a man in his 30s or 40s, closer to his book version. So it's an interesting choice to make him someone in his 60s, someone who clearly would not be in the trenches anymore. Um,
Well, you said the actor's in his 60s, not the character.
yeah,
Yeah,
Or are
we
you
don't know
saying
but
the
you
the
can
portrayal
tell
characters.
of this character is in 60s in in this
he's
version?
definitely meant to be on the older end.
Okay.
I don't think he's in the character that the actor's playing is necessarily in his 40s, but I definitely think he's definitely supposed to be in the upper end of things. Um, and it's definitely a little weird. Uh, this is also subjective. Um, I think the portrayal of Cat and what their intention is works for this movie. I don't think it works for Cat as the character that we are from the book.
I, I,
Um,
I guess I have a question for you, writer. Were they okay just accepting anyone of any age as long as they make it through training, or is there an actual like age cutoff? Because
I
they just want like able-bodied people, right? So if he passes training, he would be good then, right?
The German front is not that desperate yet. Uh, Obviously, you see the point of desperation at the end
Yeah.
before. Um, uh, yeah, Cat's kind of. I don't remember again. I don't remember much of the book. Cat is there as a veteran from the the trench front. Obviously, we get that here as well. I'm more speaking about the actor's age, I guess, that bugged me. So
Yeah, which you're saying translates to the film as being a character over 40 in the
yeah,
book. So my question is, do you think they would accept him if he passed training or not? If he
uh,
was 50, 60 here going in?
if he okay, well, in the world where he passes training, he would be in a similar place that Himmelstas was.
You think he'd be in a leadership role, not a
Yeah, he would not be a
on the ground?
private. He introduces himself as a private. It's a bit of a problem. given his age. Because I don't think he would have been someone they sent to the front lines. I think he would have been someone that they would have kept to train.
Yeah, that is a bit weird. He kind of, speaks out with most of everyone in his platoon and doesn't really keep to himself. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't
I
consider
do,
him
like I
a
said,
private.
yeah, I do think it's a little bit weird for this portrayal. I think the actor does a good job. He What they intend to do with Kat's character in the movie, his portrayal works. So I'm more okay with it. I think I just have a and again, I think it's mostly a subjective issue I have with that. Because I think Kat's probably my favorite character in the movie.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, I don't know enough on the enlisting of German soldiers in World War One to make it an objective point.
Yeah.
So
Well, I
yeah,
mean, the idea is like in the world of World War One, Himmelstas went from being a mailman to being a man who has to train people for the war front. Just to give you an idea of like people are put in positions where they're not necessarily fit in all the time. It's just Cat's just out of place because well, one, he talks like an American GI, which doesn't help, and two is just he happens to be much older than you would expect from someone at the front at this time period.
He's
Because right now,
also
it just
he's also the only one of his age.
yeah.
There's no other people around that are, in their 50s,
Let's see. Uh,
which would help kind of balance him out of being a sore thumb.
well, let's say hypothetically he passes training and they offer him a position, a leadership position, or something along those lines, and he declines. Would they send him to the front?
Probably.
uh, w- sorry. Probably, but I feel like that if that's this versions of Cat's story, that would have been a line of dialogue.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if it's possible that he could be on the front line.
Uh, let's see. If I were to assign Cat a job on the front, if he refused to get a training position, I would probably assign him as a supply officer. He'd be in charge of making sure our troops were fed. Not necessarily, the person cooking the food, but to make sure they get the food to eat.
I mean, he essentially does that at the end.
That's essentially what he's doing. I mean, they talk about how he's doing that throughout most
And
of the
he hunts for
film.
food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's already doing that job. That's what I would assign him already. I just wouldn't have him be in the trenches, more or less.
Okay. I think it's. I mean, I don't know if this just falls onto the book itself, but I think it's good to add in that Paul is a poet and stated that he's a poet from the teacher. Uh, with his narrations because it adds more description into everything around him.
Yeah, I agree.
So I'm glad that's not just like something about him that's never fully stated or acknowledged by others because the teacher does point it out.
Yeah. Looking it up right now, at the start of the war, 1914, the average age for German enlistment would have been 30 or up, but it obviously goes much lower as the war drags on.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, they never
So,
30 is
state
pretty high.
ages of the new recruits coming in when Paul signs back up and joins the Cats.
Yeah, but you can
uh,
clearly tell they're like 14 or 13 or
Yeah,
something
yeah.
close to
I mean,
that.
Cat just calls them like out of the cradle and
A lot of
babies.
people, yeah, a lot of people lied about the age, and also, uh, j- they didn't care. The Germans were more than willing to take any able-bodied person.
Yeah,
Okay.
Um,
So
so yeah, I guess
it's definitely feasible then.
there's definitely feasible, but I still it's just with this particular portrayal of Cat, I don't think it fits as well as they want it to.
the Germans did not turn away any Steve Rogers.
Yeah. They would love a Steve Rogers. That's what Mustache was, which is what I referred to him in my notes as. I have no idea what his name is.
Okay, so you wrote him as Mustache, right? Or what did you write him down as?
Do you guys mean Himmelstas?
Okay,
All
you
right,
wrote him down as Himmelstas.
Well,
I
I wrote him down as Himmelstas and Bilbo. I just don't know if
and
I
Bilbo.
didn't know which character you were talking about.
I I
Yes,
wrote
him.
I wrote down Corporal Bilbo.
Yeah,
Corporal
no, I alternate between Bilbo and Himmelstas in my notes.
Sir Ian Holm. May you rest in peace.
Yeah. Let's see. I I guess if it's daydreaming, I still like the contrast. Following the having eaten double portions. Because the flashbacks kind of help, I guess, lay the contextual difference of what his life was like before the war and what it's like now. Because it's very obviously it's very different.
Different, but also same because he's still, resting and being around company in a field.
Yes.
Yeah,
Um,
they still retain themselves to a degree. By the end of the film, he still likes to draw, and obviously he still writes, hence the narration. At least that's kind of what I got off the narration.
I'll say I think
Um,
this would have been stronger if it was more brother bonding or soldier bonding than just Paul in his own head. And I know it's used as description and more of a character piece than connection, but I unfortunately, I mean, with Crimson, what you say at the beginning, you don't know half their names, and I think
yeah,
scenes like this could have helped strengthen that.
yeah.
yeah,
Uh,
I can agree because they do have a scene like that later, where they're talking about the guy who wants to be a minister still. So
yeah,
it'd
and then
kind of
they
be like
all
two of
talk about.
those scenes being the
They
same
have
thing.
that. They have the swimming, and then the French ladies. But even still, they're
Yeah, but
not.
that's less like interaction with each other, just more
But it,
personal
it,
needs
it
on their own.
could be with each other. They just never call each other by
Yeah, I
name.
mean, we get to see their interactions with each other. Like, again, that guy drunk, so he misses out on the
Yeah.
phone.
The drunk thing, the
Mhm.
poster interaction. I mean, it's all about hormones rather than bonding.
Well, like you said, he
Yeah.
didn't even know Kat's address.
That's
It was
true.
3.5 years or whatever he said, and didn't even know the address.
Writer, but do you think that was? Do you think it's better without it, or do you think that would have helped add?
Well, obviously, I prefer them adding a scene so that we can keep track of the names better. But if you, generally speaking, you get all you need to know in the opening scene. You get that scene again with them talking about what they want to do when the war's over. So they have those brotherly bonding scenes, but I understand where you're coming from in that there's not enough for us to retain their names. Um, we don't necessarily need their names though to understand that the characters have bonded. So
Yeah, the
That's
names are
true.
relevant when he just says their names when they're not on screen, like
Yeah.
their deaths.
Like when Paul comes back and he goes in and they're all like, "Oh, he's back, yay!" and they all hug him. It's like, yeah, they have the connection, but I think the only name is Miller. He goes, "Where's Miller?" And he's like, "I didn't make it."
I didn't know who it was until they showed the boots. I'm
Yeah,
like, oh, okay, I know who died now. Okay,
yeah.
more
but the other
physical than.
people that died towards the end, I have no idea. I just know it's the rest of the people.
Well, I found it. I think that's where. I mean, we could popcorn, as you said. I think it's weird that the one like they showed was the guy picking apples. He was scrumping, I guess, and I went, okay, I recognize this dude. Why is he the only one being shown of where he is or what he's doing?
Well, he was the outlier because the others died. He just went off going crazy and got captured by the MPs.
Oh, he's the one that went crazy?
No, he didn't
Well,
go crazy.
not
He's
the
the one.
asylum
No,
guy. He just
he
No,
got
no.
penalized and got killed.
Yeah,
he
he was going home
detached
to he was
from
going
the
home he was
front.
going home for the apple harvest, and the MPs caught him and punished him for desertion was execution. So,
Yeah, I'm like the
So
one who went
he
mad
was
was
just the
Albert.
outlier guy.
and then I wrote him down as ladies' man guy. He was the one that went out and tried to rescue his dead lieutenant and got shot in the head for it with a machine gun. So,
Real quickly.
Oh yeah,
um,
is Bilbo a mailman? in this film?
Bilbo is the mailman. Yes.
Okay. I was trying to think what his thing was during his first interaction with the kids.
Yeah, I'm sorry. He's a mailman in the books. From this one, I
He
thought
had
he was
like
either.
a
I
messenger
thought it,
bag, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
I thought he was either a mailman or a police officer. I couldn't quite tell, but either way, he.
Yeah, I'll go with mailman just because of the bag he had.
okay.
And they threw his letters on the ground, right? So
That's
that
what
Oh
I
yeah,
think.
that's
that
That's what
true.
I
adds up.
thought it
Yeah,
was. Those
yeah,
letters.
he's a mailman then. Yeah,
Which, how rude of them. I'm glad that he grilled them
Oh,
during
juvenile
training.
jerks.
Yeah, terrible.
yeah,
He's
they were
just doing
jerks.
his job. They make fun of his mustache. They trash his position. Terrible.
And Corporal Bilbo takes it a little bit too far in training, but
Oh
I
yeah.
guess
Hey, he strengthened them.
Well,
yeah.
He kept them alive
strengthened
for
most
a
of them. He
while.
Well,
tortured others.
okay, I want to ask you this. Um, and the intention with Himmelstoss in most of the versions that portray him, uh, is that he goes from mailman, gets put in a position of authority that he has no right to be in, and he is overly cruel to our core group of characters. But the point of that is to strengthen the bond between the core group of characters.
Mhm.
Did we get that in this? In your opinion? I think we get a little bit of it, but
We
I want to
do.
hear what you guys think.
I think we do during the scene when they all jump him.
Yeah.
You think that? Do you think that's the? I guess the end point
Yeah,
almost of
because
what?
it's a group effort. They all do. I don't know if I think it's not necessarily how they were all treated. I think it's more on knowing what happened to Paul, and it was them getting the revenge for him.
Yeah. Yes, because in the other stories that portray him, he does that sort of thing to everyone. So it's not just Bomber; it's the rest of the group as well.
Okay. I mean, what was it? I don't know Glass's name, but Glasses
Yeah.
sneezes,
Yeah.
and then he has to
Yes.
do
Again.
laps. Like,
Yeah. One of
Again.
them. Yeah. So it's one of those things where he definitely picks on the rest of the group, and I think this movie does a decent job of it. Um, but I was just curious just to see how that got portrayed.
Can I talk a
I
little bit more about the training? Or
absolutely.
I have
okay.
one more thing before that, so no.
Never mind.
All right, host, go ahead.
The medical ward with their dying friend, who got his watch stolen.
Well, that's a whole
I
scene
have
about Franz.
yes. The whole Fran scene takes place before the training. So
Well, we're
I
popcorning. That's why I asked.
yeah. I got the fucking where are my notes? God damn it! Listening to you two's made me lose my notes again. Um,
Is it Franz or France?
I did Franz, Franz.
Okay,
bronze.
That's what I thought it was.
that's what I wrote. And on YouTube, I did the subtitles, and they kept calling him France. I'm like, I'm pretty sure his
I
name's not
don't think his
France.
name's France.
Yeah, it's fucking YouTube subtitles are bullshit. So the medical ward. They got the uniforms pretty accurate. For when they're not in combat. Uh, there is a heavy mix of the German steel helmet and the German spiked helmet. Um, I think this is still in 1914 though, so I don't think the steel helmets have been introduced.
Uh, that is one of the things I did look up going into this because I noticed in the beginning that it was predominantly spiked helmets, and later they upgrade to the steel helmets. And I wanted to see how accurate that portrayal was. 1916 is when they upgraded to the steel helmets.
Yes, and this is supposed to be 1914 or 1915. So the steel helmets are
Yeah.
in already being hung on the coat racks and stuff like that. I wrote that down as a minor problem.
Well, for its entirety, what was the start to end of Paul's campaign?
He
We don't
spends
really
three
know
and a
when
half
he
he spends three
started.
and a half years at the front, and we know he dies. In this version, he dies a month before the armistice. So I think it would be early 1915 or late 1914. is during his when his tenure starts. So for me, I think this is a little too early for the steel helmets to be making their appearance.
Well, they had non-spiked helmets that weren't the steel ones,
Yes,
correct?
but it's the steel ones. You can see them on the coat racks. Like I know what you're bringing up. I know what you're trying to say, but no, it's the steel ones. They have a very very distinct look.
Okay.
Because they do. You're right. They do have non-spiked ones, but they would still look the same. Like they have the same like texture helmet covering. So,
Alright. I mean, that's just, I would imagine, budget
oh yeah,
because
I'd actually charge you the budget. It's just a small minor gripe.
yeah, 'cause it's already surprising the amount you saying was 6 million is pretty crazy to me, even in that time, because the amount of extras in this film and outfits that had to be made and props, and there's all I don't know how they stretched the money. I have no idea.
I think a lot of the budgets were. I think a lot of the costumes were already pre-made. Like they made stuff for the main cast, but I mean, like there's already a lot of World War II costumes and World War One costumes. So I think they legitimately just used hand-me-downs, kind of like just reused what they had. But
Just a lot.
yeah, they spent their budget well, I guess. Uh, all right. I don't really have much to say more about France, so go on, Crimson. You had a point about the training.
Oh, I did. Is it gone now? No. Uh, Something I wish we got to see, because I would like to see the other people training, because we're told that he's being overly harsh and that it's not correct training. It's too much training, but we don't have a comparison really. Uh, every time he was performing it, I thought, okay, this makes sense. Running through mud, marching, this all adds up to me. Obviously, when he pulls them aside, that's a bit extra. But my vision of the military is extra discipline for people. The sneezing is obviously a bit much, but
You wanted a more
so I would
comparison.
have liked a comparison of what the correct training is to what his training was, because it seemed like my vision of what the training would have been, anyways. Don't know if you guys felt that way about it at all.
Um, I I don't think it would be needed because maybe for one scene of our characters more of like wishing that they could be treated like such, like less disciplined and a little more easygoing than what they're doing with Corporal Bilbo. But I don't see that as any other character being shown in the training of the other side needed to be shown unless they're going to reoccur later. So unless it was some way to kind of blend a training with like two groups or some sort, so it would focus more on our group of characters, then I don't think it would have been needed.
Yeah, I agree. If they saw like someone training or a group training in the distance and they just stare longingly, like, oh man, I wish we were trained by that guy or something. I think that would be enough
I
for
don't
me a little bit, but
I don't need it. I'm the reason being is because you can see Himmelstoss's individualized hatreds when it comes to specific people. I'm gonna go with the fencing practice scene where he's blocking their bayonet stabs. Like he goes through a couple of them, gives others in the group a harder time, and it's particularly with Bomber. Um,
All right, first off, bomber passes.
yeah, like because but like Himmelstoss is working extra hard to try and humiliate Bomber, which is why Bomber fucking plants him on his ass. Um, and the corporal comes over because remember he's screaming he's about to punish them, and then the regiment trainer corrects Himmelstoss. So um, I think that for me was more than enough because it's very very subtle as to his directed hatred, and obviously he's taking them out at night to step on their toes. I don't think I needed anything else because taking Bomber out and stepping on their toes, that has nothing to do with military disciplinary action. That's definitely petty shit.
That's just torture.
well,
So
yeah,
I did
that was like the individual stuff. I'm like that. I could see that, but I was more like the general training. um, like the marches and the stuff like that. Because the guy, the reason Mustache gets put back or puts into the front line is because he went too far. We don't really get to know what that is. I don't think.
I think it's just he got caught.
Could be. I mean,
um,
it's not. I don't
because
need the stuff, but I would have preferred it.
yeah, I guess yeah. With what I got, I don't think I needed it because at least publicly, Hemostas is doing a good job with the whole again where he's making him run back and forth. That works in my head. He's making them. He's building up their stamina. It still falls within the realm of discipline, but it also falls within the realm of what is it called? Stuff that they would need to learn how to clamber up hillsides quickly and stuff like that. So like that still falls to me within the realm of realism. And then we had the contrast with that. Where the only exemplary difference where I could picture why I didn't need it is definitely the bayonet training. Do
Uh,
you have
Probably
do you
France stuff. And we didn't talk too much about him. Uh, did you have anything on him, Springs?
He
Uh,
probably wants some good pumpkin juice.
It's funny. Um I actually this is probably the worst acting in the movie.
Agreed.
Other than that,
Franz wasn't great.
I think my favorite scene has nothing to do with Franz, but it's actually the conversation about the boots that Mueller and Bomber have, where Bomber's drawing a picture of Franz, and he complains about how, uh, oh
Paul stepped in on the him knocking the boots.
yeah, it's like where he's going, he isn't going to need those boots, and I like that as double speak because whether or not he dies or whether or not he's not coming back to the front, regardless, it's true that he won't need the boots wherever he's going. So I like that.
He's got one
Especially a
leg.
pair since he only has one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
So I like the double speak, and I like that they're reaffirming to each other. It's like, yeah, he's my brother too, and they're just kind of reaffirming their friendship, despite the tense, morbid conversation.
yeah. I liked the conversation. Franz, I did not like for saying no. So all the stuff they went through, because at this point it's been a year, right? Or was it after this that we get a year jump?
It's after this we get the year. This is within their first 4 months, 5 months in the front, at least in the books. And since this is trying to keep in that time scale, he's gotten some time there, but I think there's enough leeway for him to deny that they were gifts from his mom. And remember, he still thinks he has both feet, which is one other reason why he says no.
Don't look down. Uh, yeah, I don't know. Just didn't
When
like Franz saying that.
when Fran says his watch got stolen, was it taken by the doctors or was it taken by the French?
I guess that's up to interpretation.
Because I couldn't
I
piece
don't
that.
think it was the French, but could have
If it was
been
if
the
it was the French,
doctors. Could have been anyone that transported him here. I don't know.
yeah, legitimately, it could have just been one of the soldiers you carry who was in charge of bringing him back, and then recognized that he was probably not going to live and just took his watch.
That could be. The only hint I had that it was the doctors was that he told them to hide stuff in the bed because they take stuff. But I don't know if that's just him in delirium or just him worrying that anything of his will be taken because the watch did. So that's where I lean more, but any of them I think could be a possibility.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, people do that still. I've seen several videos of people in ambulances going to like old people's homes when they get a 911 call, just taking jewelry. Terrible.
Criminals.
Yeah.
I'll tackle something
All
on
right.
costume design. It was
Okay.
a pretty cool choice, and I don't know how purposeful it is when they're in training that the first shot is on Corporal stash, Bilbo, whatever you want to call him, on the corporal first in his uniform, to then go to his group, which the characters we follow in matching uniform, but it goes first him to them. Then it occurs again when he's in a different outfit, goes back to them, and they're matching to him. To me, I saw that as they are becoming more and more disciplined through him in means of clothes, because when they first arrived, they were just in normal streetwear, and it kind of already goes with that as well. Because when we're first introduced to Bilbo, he's in his male uniform, then comes back in his regiment clothing to their standard clothing, and it's a back and forth situation of them becoming more and more soldiers.
Yeah, I agree. Especially with like their stances as well. At the beginning, they're more laid back, unsure about how to stand and stuff, and by the end, they are soldiers.
Mhm. Uh, one thing. Oh, I got a note. When they first arrive at the training station or the boot camp, more or less, the song that they're all singing is a real song, but they butchered the original German version.
Butchered.
Yes, it's not a they got the translations wrong pretty much. It's not the English version is nice, but they got translations
Well,
wrong.
that's a
So
bit disrespectful.
a little bit. Um, I think
And
Uh,
what was it written like in the books? What are the lyrics in the book?
I don't remember.
yeah, they wrote the whole
Um,
song in the book. Actually, where it came from.
I'm trying to think if I have anything more for the training. I don't think I do. Uh, other than like
The little shoulder strap thing was funny. If you
uh,
look at Paul's eyes when he's looks over his shoulder, it's like shoot,
Was it
and then he
yep.
had to
missing,
run in the mud.
or was that just
No, it
him?
wasn't buttoned
Oh, okay, just wasn't
because
buttoned.
those are straps to hold in straps. When you have like a backpack or something on, it doesn't slide off your
Yeah.
shoulders. It's to lock it in, and it wasn't buttoned.
Yes. I like. Oh, I, I lost my place again. I'm so scatterbrained today.
Do you have a pencil or pen? Just put it on the line on your notebook.
Well, he's his
Oh, it's all
method is
digital. That's right. I forget. Yeah, highlight it. I don't know.
No, no, it wasn't. It wasn't in my notes. I had a point that was actually I was going to bring up. Oh yeah. So I the embarrassing um uh, Bilbo and like knocking him into the mud and stuff like that. I like the cut from that to like they're all more unified now within their uniforms before they march out as soldiers and see the next batch of recruits going in.
Mhm.
Um, it's just a nice little hint of the industrialization of warfare. Um, but
Outfield in with the new.
yep.
And
But
what smirks?
They're pretty good
That
faces.
lineup of smirks. Wow.
yeah. Uh, so I guess my question to you is, did they do that the night before they graduated to Himmelstoss,
I guess
Ooh.
we
or
have
do you,
no way of really knowing, but that's how I view it. Because if it was earlier, they would have been severely punished. I would
I
imagine.
agree. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the camp of they definitely waited till like the night before they graduate to do that.
Yeah, that would be the smarter choice.
Yeah, I agree. It's also kind of
But
interesting. No one intervened. No one was around. I mean, it was at night, but still, no one, no guard, no patrol, nothing, and they were just able to get away with it.
mhm. I do like the camaraderie that it's very simple, like how they're all smirking and stuff because they humiliated Himmelstoss, but it's also like it also illustrates their camaraderie as a group now. So I also appreciated that.
All right. I'll talk about Fran's death. Uh, I think they did a good job with these hospitals. This and the Catholic one later, portraying how terrible they were. Because Paul went to get help, and the doctor's like, "I've amputated 5 legs today. I don't know. There's 16 dead already. It's so many. It's
Your
so
friend's gonna be the
dire."
17th, and then we'll have 20 by the end of the day.
Yeah, and we get good depictions of wounded people. They're not just in beds. There's some people walking around with gauze covering their whole face. There's people with missing limbs around. I think they did a really good job with all of that.
Yeah, I think a Weasley walks by with like a toothbrush in his ear.
He did kind of have the same like gauze like that. Um, yeah, and well, I don't know how intentional it is, but at least his Fran's pillow is like super filthy. Like a lot of people's been using that pillow. I don't know if that's the intention, or they're like, all right, let's dirty up the pillows to just make it not look new, or if it's to show how heavily used it's been. I
Oh,
don't know.
it's heavily used. Like they immediately say, "All right, well he's dead. Let's move him outside because we got another person who needs to get the bed.
Yeah,
Another person needs the bed." So it's definitely overuse. One other cool detail is that is a actual location where there was a field hospital in World War One. So that was shot on location.
that's
Nice.
cool.
So the whole old like decrepit church hospital thing, yeah, that's because it's actually an old building. It's uh
Authenticity.
Lots
yes.
of ghosts there.
Oh yeah. Haunted as
Uh,
fuck.
yeah, lots of one-legged ghosts. Those
Let's
are
see,
never
and
portrayed.
yeah.
One-legged ghosts.
Yeah, it's always like portrayed as like themselves in their prime.
Yeah, where's
I
the ghosts that were wheelchair bound?
Yeah, where's the? That's
I gotta
terrible.
yeah, we're all going to hell, but that's nothing new.
Because there's no ghost chairs, so are they just crawling around?
Yeah, we're all going to hell, but that's nothing new. I think think I don't really have much to say about Franz's death, and then I like that we cut away from it, so we see him like getting the doctor. And by the time they get back to his friend is dead. And then Franz also, before he goes off to get the doctor, is gives him permission to give Muller the boots.
Yeah.
And this is Baller's first instance of someone he cares for dying.
At least first person from his class. Don't know if he's had any
Or
buddies
someone he's
in the
connected to,
trench, but
I guess.
yeah,
This is the first person in his group.
a
Yes.
childhood friend, I
Yeah.
guess. Uh, yeah, before he goes back to even see Franz, we see a little bit of Franz doing some gymnastics or whatever, doing the flips on the rings, just to
Yeah.
mirror that he was an active guy before he lost a leg, eh, which is not very relevant because he doesn't live without a leg for very long. I do like how that after his death, we get a flashback to them hopping on the train.
Yes, and we get Bomber talking to his mother, right?
Yes, right. She made him promise to keep him safe.
It's a nice
Yeah.
big oof. And I think it's a good cut too, because of course Bomber wouldn't actually be thinking about that moment specifically now that he's
Well,
dead.
this is something in the editing booth, which I guess it works for the purpose because it's more focused on Bomber and his character, and it's like after Franz's death, showing the relationship he had with Franz.
Well, it also it works in the way that like it's something he would immediately think about now that he's dead, because this is the time where he was asked to look after him.
True, but I think, and because of this, it's not edited in the way for this intent because it's not there. It's a movie about the character of Paul or Balmer and not the strength of the relationship with others. It's not about your brothers in war, because I think if it was a linear story shown of the relationship between Franz and Balmer, that death would have hit harder in a more emotional way to the audience. The way it's shown here is an afterthought onto the character of Balmer.
Well, you view it as a disservice. Okay. Well,
Well,
not disservice,
not a
but
disservice. The way it's being used for the film shows the purpose of the film's entertainment or reason is for an individual character of the protagonist of Balmer, opposed to a group of war like most war films do of all the characters grouped together. Whether you got the one who's always arguing with everyone, the one that's like the silly one who's never serious, the one that keeps quiet to themselves, like all
Like
the
an ensemble cast.
yeah, the
That's just
ensemble cast
more
all mixed to
Paul.
one. Yeah, it really sideline, not even sidelines. It doesn't give screen time very much, or the spotlight to these other characters. I mean, later in the film, there's this one where they're all in the housing in the trenches, and it's just bombing and bombing. They're like, "Oh, why do they keep bombing us? They won't let us sleep." And some kid's like crying on a bed. I don't know who this kid is. I
Shell
I,
shock.
I don't recognize him, but I feel like that attention onto this guy should have been onto a different character who has an actual name.
At that point, though, they would have already gotten used to it, though, so it wouldn't fit.
No, I mean, like the screen time used for that character, and then like they all run out and it pans back to that character, opposed to like someone else talking or a conversational piece. I think should have been strengthened more onto characters that have already established are in the film, opposed to some no one. And I think the reason why, because they do the no one, is more of the fear of the war going on and more of a setting situation and more of the world that Bomber's in than connecting relationships.
Yes. And this is an anti-war film, so they want to show all the negatives in that, or at least as best as they can, on a TV format. Um, so showing shell shock uh, was definitely something they needed to throw in, and it wasn't complete shell shock. We don't. That's like total mental breakdown. That's kind of like the start of what it would be.
Yeah.
At least my understanding of shell shock.
I
Writing
was thinking
directing.
about what you were saying, Springs. I think this is the new character, the new batch of characters that we intergroup that we're introduced to that come with Hemostas when he's returned to the front.
Oh,
Like they're
the
they're not
shell shock
necessarily
guy.
One of
yeah,
the new
I
recruits.
think they're quote unquote part of the same unit, more or less. Um
I mean, still, but they don't even have names. They don't introduce themselves. They
I mean
simply are
they
there to say that
but they
Corporal
don't need
Bilbo's
names
back.
though.
I
But they
know that
don't need
I know they don't need names. I'm just saying they're giving this whole shell shock guy is specifically for the setting itself and nothing else of relationship. I mean, even later when Corporal Bilbo's in the trench and like scared to move up, that's not
okay.
there of the character necessarily of the corporal to be betrayed. It's of Paul's character and what he does in the situation, because the film's focusing on him, and that's what
Uh
I'm trying to get across here is the film's portrayal, the film's whole thing is focused on an individual character and the connection, or not the connections, but the individual character and the things throughout his life than a movie about war or about World War One or about
it's his perspective of his experiences,
yes.
right? Okay. So I okay. I guess I'm asking you to clarify. You see that as a negative?
I see that as not necessarily
I think it
negative,
sees it as a
but
wasted
it
potential
goes
of
it
what
goes
it could
into
be.
subjective for me. It somewhat Crimson. Crimson was curious how if I would find this movie boring. To me, it doesn't fit under most war films of the betrayal. I mean, they all have the main character and the supporting cast and all that. For this film, however, for me, it's Balmer and Katz. That's kind of it. Every other character has a name that's once. They're not really around. They're kind of the shots and use of footage and editing is only put onto the development and growth of Balmer and no one else. And it's interesting, but it is, as Crimson just said, like underused or c- I
I I would disagree, but we haven't really got there. But I can popcorn to obscene. Um, I guess I will. So, unless anyone's got anything more to say about
about the bunker thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Springs. I was just trying to break down what you were saying for Ritter. I personally don't think it's a wasted scene or wasted potential scene.
No,
Because
that's not what I mean. It's not a wasted scene. I'm saying the use of the scene for the film isn't for war. It isn't for um, relationships. The use of the scene is Balmer's perspective on things around him. Even like Balmer's barely in the scene or has any significance to the scene, it is simply there for a setting piece. And to me, that doesn't hit as strong as an emotional payoff. And I don't know, I'm slightly confused on the emotion trying to be portrayed because we kind of agreed that this is an entertainment piece for television and what the emotional hit is supposed to be here. And I think the overarching thing, and maybe this is finally me cracking my head open and finally understand what theme means after all this time. Um, and I think it's actually on just the youth and how a perspective of them in such a traumatic experience affects one.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of I mean that the intention of that scene is to show the contrast between our main cast of characters having grown used to the front and now having to watch after a bunch of new people that have shown up to help flush up their lines pretty much. So you can see the contrast between how like numb they are to the brutality of it all versus how like raw and unprepared people are that just arrived. Because I mean, our group, someone in our group, I don't remember their name, which I guess speaks to them. But I think it's the guy who wandered off about the apple trees. It's that one,
the farmer.
the farmer. He's the one that freaks out about the horses and is about to shoot them when they're first getting shelled.
Mm.
Um, so they definitely have that growing experience as well. But it's like showing for me that scene is showing like the passing of the torch of how numb that you can grow to being shelled more or less every night to the new recruits. So
But
I guess that's kind of where I see that playing in.
yes, but the new recruit, even as you said, no name needed, isn't for the strengthening of the deterioration or the institutionalized somewhat feeling of just getting used to war for the group, which yes, that is an aspect, but it's what I'm saying is it's for Balmer and how just the things around him are being affected.
Well, that's for Cat though. That's where Cat's point is in the scene. He's the one that breaks it down to the kid.
Uh, Okay, I think our perspectives on what trying to get across aren't lining up, but I'm understanding what you mean. But
Okay. So, like I said,
I guess I'm a little. So, what is I guess Paul's connection to the kid then to you? Because you're saying the kid's stuff is somehow dictated by Paul's point of view, right?
Paul's point of view, it's what this scene, this whole shell shock kid scene is to set a setting of war of new recruits as writer you are saying new recruits and how they're scared and timid and not used to it and everyone else is used to it in the group, and Kat's trying to reassure the kid, hey, it'll be over soon, no worries, it happens. And no one else is really warming up the kid, and I don't know if that's just like an age situation, which is probably used of the purpose of the script of trying to have the older character relate to the younger character because he's more the leader figure. So I think that's the portrayal of that being shown, but it's all through the use of Paul because of his narratives, and I think it's because of what's already shown beforehand of how he describes things poetically and being the narrator throughout the whole piece and the protagonist. That this is simply a setting piece to describe to Paul. It's like a longer pulled scene of when they're describing the rats, or a longer scene when they're describing like the flamethrower or the gas that attacks. It's just one of those scenes again of Paul's perspective, but for the overuse of bombing throughout the night.
And I guess I can agree to the sense where this scene wouldn't happen if Paul wasn't in there. But I think that's kind of the extent for me on it. Paul wasn't there and he was just in the trenches or just somewhere else, then yeah, we wouldn't have this scene with the guy. But I think this is largely more towards building up the negatives of the war, and less than following through Paul's POV.
Yes, I think it was if it was about the kid, then it would have had like the kid die and cat reaction, or it would have had the kid affect or distract Paul or cat in some form that Paul would have noticed, or um, just like a follow up would have been the reason why the kid was there for a payoff then. But because there isn't and he doesn't occur again, or maybe he's, in the extra background and gets shot or runs forward or advances, whatever, the fact that it's only a one and done to me is for the setting itself only.
So
Yeah,
the issue, so I guess the
I
issue
guess
you
I can
have
agree with
is,
that.
so the issue you have is they don't continue the kid's story at all.
I don't see
I
that
don't
as
think
an
he has an
issue.
issue. Just something he's
Just
pointing out.
I see it as an example as to what this film is focused on, and it's focused on Paul Baumer and his experience through war.
okay, yeah, that's fair enough, I guess.
If the kid had anything to do with Paul later on, I think the kid would have come back.
Yeah, well, the kid doesn't.
No. But if the kid had something to do with like Franz or, glasses or even, corporal or anything in that, I still don't think it would have been shown. Unless it had anything tied to Paul, it had no use to be in. And I'm not saying the scene isn't, could have been completely ripped out and gutted. I'm just saying it's another extension, a longer part of that scene of Paul describing things.
That's fair. Yeah, I don't really have anything to add to that. So
I'll cut to something a little silly. When they're going into, I think, I can't remember if it's the nighttime walk or whatever, but Glasses is smoking, and some higher up says like no smoking at all, like don't be smoking while they're in the truck going in.
Mhm.
Why isn't that confiscated? Why is that allowed? I mean, if smoking was never a thing, why didn't they like check them before like loading them in?
I don't know. That was a weird. It was a weird throwaway line to me as well. It makes sense why you wouldn't smoke in the trench. Someone's gonna shoot you. This is,
I mean, it gives
but
yourself away, yeah, but I mean,
Well, I don't know
um,
if they were just flat out not allowed anywhere.
not
I
allowed
don't know.
anywhere to smoke.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think that's necessarily true because when near the end, when Paul's carrying cats, he lights a cigarette, so they have them
Yeah.
on them. It just for the areas where they can be easily taken away to be loaded into a truck, by superior officers to point A to point B. I don't know why they have them on them to begin with there.
mhm.
Because when they get breakfast, even they ask about tobacco, which I'm sure could be a cigarette, it could be some form. But that's when they have arrived, so they're stationed there. So I'm not questioning how they get cigarettes from you know the tents and everything to the front line and whatnot, but from the training to the camp is that it just stood out and felt weird.
Mm, sure. Yeah, I don't know if they care enough to where they'd search people, because the guy wasn't like, "Hey, put that away, do it now."
Well,
He's like,
no, he was
"No,
driving.
no
I think
smoking, please." He was very like calm
very
about it.
monotone.
Yeah. So I don't think it was a huge offense, but I mean, I agree. It's a little, I guess, interesting that they put that in there at all. That
Uh,
was something I forgot to bring up during the training stuff in my notes. When he was going up the stairs and stepping on his foot, I'm like, all right. And my notes just said stairs plus celery, because that's the sounds of him stepping on his toes sounded
Oh, the crunch.
that
I don't
sounded
think
so
it would
exaggerated.
crunch. Yeah,
Oh yeah, it's definitely
Very,
celery.
that sound
exaggerated.
effect did not really match.
I do have I would do a note to praise as well about the training scene. Uh, Training with the muddy field. It's gonna be very useful when they get to the front.
Yes.
In that, like, just the muddy conditions and how hard it's going to be for them to move their feet.
Yeah, it's good practice. I mean, I'm sure it's designed that way in training.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm 100% sure it's designed. That's just me praising it. Uh, Gonna cut, I guess, to the when they arrive at the front with when Cat greets them all, pipe in hand. He's the old hand that's gonna be, go with them and give them their first night patrol after they get some sleep. And I like that he immediately starts just giving them practical knowledge. We learn about French artillery doctrine as part of the night learning experience.
Always in rounds of three. You have 5 to 10 seconds to run. If it's the Daisy something, I forgot what it was called, you get 3 seconds.
And the mosquito.
Yeah, the mosquito hymn in your ear. Time to run.
Yeah.
Daisy cutters, that's what it was called.
And I like that Cat prevents an accident when one of them almost breaks down and we have a whole horse monologue. I wrote that one down as
See,
a perspective quote.
that's one I actually did catch as like a character connection because everything else that doesn't really pay off. But at the very beginning introduction, he's the farmer, so I'm like, okay, I guess he has a relationship to horses in some form.
Yeah, I mean, horses still tilled your fields back in the day.
True. I mean, but he's the only one who stands out, and he's screaming it. No one can hear him. He's he's the only one who's emotional about it. Everyone else is just like looking down, but everyone can probably hear the horses cry and whine. At least the sound effect of it makes it sound like you can hear it over the explosions.
Yep.
Yeah, it was a pretty intense scene. But yeah, the everyone is like focused on surviving while he's prioritizing the horses over himself, essentially.
He's just
Shows you his
having,
mindset.
yeah, loves animals, that one.
Also,
Um,
the one guy doesn't even shoot the horse; it just lays down.
Yeah,
oh, yeah, I wrote that down too.
yeah. He just points his gun. There's no gunshot sound. There's no
No,
muzzle. Anything. It's just he points it and then it dies.
Gonna chop that up to TV budget. And I like that they all pretty much. I think that's when we get our year skip. Actually,
Yeah.
they all
Yes.
follow the gap, follow Cat, and then the cats earn their respect, and then we have our year skip. So we're back at the Western Front, like properly, and then we get the narration, I guess, for that.
I will say for think all the nighttime scenes, at least the ones coming to mind, I really like the lighting on those. As they feel like moonlight, but obviously heightened because they wouldn't be as bright as they are.
it is
But they don't
entirely sets.
feel yeah, but they feel like heightened moonlight. They don't feel like complete lights because you know they're lights, but they just feel like hyper moonlight to me.
Yeah,
With the
they're not spotlight. They're dimmed enough
Yeah,
for the cameras to be able to pick up facial detail.
Mhm.
I agree with that. And the flares, use of flares as well. The constant use of that will also help sometimes in the night scenes.
Well, I think those are yeah, those are also just shown there that it's like, oh, this is the reason why it's not pitch black.
Yeah, which I think helps.
But then again, for the production, you don't see the light, flickering or
Moving.
dimming or like a cycle going through of casting shadows. It's just one solid light for like moonlight, but they never like have a shot of the moon.
Yeah. To kind of quickly go through the bomber's narration here, we're introduced to the French now are using flamethrowers, and we're also introduced the killing of corpse rats as they do to pass the time, and we're also introduced to gas
Yeah,
and the
what
strategies of which to
I wish
avoid it.
that had
what a stupid
more
kid.
presence.
Oh, the gas.
Yeah, because that was a pretty big part of the trench warfare, and we just get a like
One
one
scene.
focused segment on it.
I mean, they even They bring the flamethrowers back twice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a little disappointed we didn't see any tanks.
Oh, you mean
I'm
the
going
tanks
Uh,
to
that go in
ass
the trench and flip over and shoot themselves?
well, the
That
back
that's
then, the tanks
history, I
didn't
know.
have guns. The tanks didn't have guns, I don't think, in World War One. They were
they
more
had
like a
guns.
transport. They did?
Yes, but they were like the guns weren't on top; they were on the sides.
Yes.
Yeah. Um, so,
Um,
yeah, I'm going to just probably chop that down to budget
yeah,
because they mentioned tanks once, but
yeah.
we never
Any,
Hey,
see any.
yeah, the other versions of the film have the tanks.
yeah,
So
I've played Battlefield 1.
Yeah.
I know tank mechanics.
Battlefield One was so fun. All right. Um,
Better made than Battlefield 5.
better made than Call of
Uh,
Duty.
I think it was right after the rats. There's a part where they're putting corpses in a pit.
Yeah. Mass grave.
That's either like dummies, which I don't think it's actual, live dummies. That's some good playing dead acting.
There was some good playing dead in this.
Like the
Uh,
ragdoll affecting
it's all
was
good. And yeah, like when people were getting tossed in pits, no one was like blinking their eyes, like reacting or
no.
anything. It was
Well, I
straight
think there's one.
faced.
I think this pit scene I'm referring to right after the rats. One they dump a body and it just kind of sticks at the top, and then he like kicks it in.
Yeah.
Yep. Mass graves suck. I also, I think their gas masks are fairly accurate for the time, though. I think they're normally tighter on the face, but I still think they're pretty good.
Yeah, I
Oh,
had
they
to
just
look
put
up
them on. They
World
didn't
War One
tighten any of
gas
them.
masks for
Yeah,
one of my
they
art
imp-
projects
they im-
before.
they improved greatly over the course of the war, because
I wish we saw
they
horse gas masks because that would be cool as well. That
yes,
was
they
a
are
thing.
they are cool, and that was a thing. Because like at the start of the war, it's like COVID gas mask. You know, the mask that we wore to prevent COVID didn't help much. So both sides improved their gas masks really quickly. Um, kind of
Well,
continuing with the scene about the dumb kid, as Sprinks put it. He rips off his mask and it falls down into the hole, so he goes to get it.
Was it his
And
mask or his helmet?
I
his
think it
mask,
was
I
his
think.
helmet.
Oh, maybe.
Because it rolled down the end of the trench.
Oh, I'm also no, I have a complaint about this movie that just reminded me. Cat is taking off his helmet constantly on the front line. It annoyed the shit out of me.
Who
True.
who was doing that?
Cat,
Yeah,
He's a
that
lucky guy. He's all right.
bothered
yeah,
me a
sure.
lot.
Don't worry, karma got him.
I mean,
Uh,
he never expected to get out here alive, though. To be fair. And
that's true, but still bothers me.
yeah,
Why would you do that? Um, also kind of on that scene, nice little detail. I like that Cat's getting ready to shoot the guy choking to death. The kid choking to death.
he's just a baby. A
Yeah, and he's
baby.
yeah, like, but you know, just before the medics arrives, you can see him like asking for a rifle.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
aims it at his head, and then they tell him to stop because the medics are on the way.
mercy killing.
Yep,
Which is
nice
not.
little.
Can
It's
you
like
do?
What-
Sorry.
I was just gonna
I was
say
gonna
that's
have you
not
do
what.
your Natiri
No,
impersonation for the baby thing.
I knew exactly you were at. Um,
It's so perfect.
no, it's not like the quote unquote mercy that Paul did for the French soldier. That was
oh well, we'll get there in a minute.
yeah.
um, let's see.
I like the power line blockers for the trucks. It's a nice
Yes,
little detail.
it's
But yeah,
very
eye to
small, but
eye.
it's also realistic. I like it.
I didn't know that was a thing, but I like that it's there.
And then we get our we get their the talk about what they're all going to do after the war. One of them wants to be a minister, and then that's probably one of my favorite scenes in the film. Not surprisingly to anyone who knows me, I like characters, so I
You
like
like
when characters get to talk
ministers?
about
Yeah.
themselves. I'm an atheist. I respect ministers. I'll leave it at that. Um, but I like that they all. I like Kat's surprise at one of the ministers. Like, what, 2 years at the front, and you still want to be a minister? Uh, but it's just amusing. And then they find how good they are, how used they are to being the front. They see like the delivery of like extra food, and they take it to mean, oh great, we're gonna have an extra offensive coming along.
Yeah, and
Um,
then the coffin delivery.
yep,
Oh, lots of coffins, and things to fill them with.
yep.
So detached at this point.
Uh, and then Himmelstas arrives at the front. I like that we meet Himmelstas's men first, though. So it's like, the his next class is meeting his first class, and they're all like, "Oh shit," and they're all making fun of him. Great.
The group they describe, that they go, oh, we pushed the group too far, and you know gave him discipline or whatever. Is that described as Paul's class, or is that just a different one that's never shown?
It's a different one
And
that's
that
never
was
shown.
years. This has been
Yeah,
over
it's
a
been a
year,
year and a half
Okay.
now, at least.
and the training takes 10 weeks. So
He's
I would
had
say
many
it's not them.
classes. I would assume he just got caught this time. Because I'm assuming he would have gotten in trouble, if he was, someone saw him doing what he was doing to Paul by stepping on his toes at the top of each step.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know enough to say other way.
Well, he almost, what was it? Almost got caught with Paul until the, I don't know, the general came by on his horse to stop him.
Keep
Almost.
an eye out, and he's missing an eye. I found that amusing.
Layer jokes. I like it.
Um, I guess during the a question I have for you two, because you're far more knowledgeable on World War I than I am, when the no name pulls out his baton, or not baton, uh,
Bayonet.
bayonet. Thank you, his bayonet blade, and it's serrated, and he says, "Oh, they wouldn't kill you; they'd pluck out your eyes and fill them with sawdust." It's mutual agreement on both sides not to do this. What are the mutual agreements to war of World War One?
There's a whole list of those
Yeah,
out
there's there,
there.
there's an actual list of that. Yes. Um, the reason they don't do serrated is because uh, it's a slow death if you survive them.
Oh,
They found it to be abjectly cruel. So the idea is, if you're caught with one, they will give you the same slow death, that sort of thing.
Okay.
And that's why the deadliest weapon in World War I, that side of the M1 Grand, is the trowel. A lot of confirmed kills.
I mean, I used it a lot in Battlefield 1 to call that back.
Close
Yep.
combat.
Yep. I use them a lot in Battlefield One. This is making me want to play
This
Battlefield One again.
this is where I actually wrote down a line, not from this film, but it reminded me of this. I think it was during the scene where their trench actually gets attacked by the French and they start shooting, but they're actually using trowels to fight with, and their
Oh,
spades
look, when
back.
they're jumping in. Yeah.
Yeah, when they're jumping in, I wrote down, bit of advice: try using knives next time. Works better for close encounters, which is a line from Resident Evil 4.
What's that a
It's,
reference from?
he just said.
Yeah, from
Yeah,
Resident
I
Evil
know. I
4.
talked right over it.
It's Resident Evil 4. Funny enough, I was reminded of Return of the King with them jumping into the trenches, and it's a very, very single shot in Return of the King where it's after the orcs are inside the city. It pans through a bunch of like
In
the
Minas
Gondorians are
Tirith?
getting yes, the Gondorians are getting overwhelmed. Um, and there's a shot where an orc jumps down from like a second level, and it cuts to like a bunch of Gondorians stabbing orcs in the ground, like in a hallway or like a small city street, before it cuts to Gandalf and the horns of Rohan start playing. It's a very, very small
Yes.
scene. It kind of
Yes.
reminded me of that because it's the same narrow shot of someone jumping down into the trench, and like them catching the person coming down and just throwing them on the ground so they didn't land on them, and then stabbing down onto them. Or in this case, just a cat beating the fuck out of people with a trowel.
True. I mean, also, it's kind of stage play acting in a sense. I mean, I
Yeah.
know it's, the sound effects and the movements to try to block, like, they get stabbed, but their backs to the camera, so it's like, oh, they got quote unquote stabbed and fall over and die because what they could and could not do, which I don't know if falls into choreography or is just the director saying, hey, if you're gonna die, make sure your wound isn't in frame or something. I don't know.
Bit of both is what I would guess. Low budget as well. I'm assuming like they choreographed some scenes and I think they did a decent job with this. Even like it's just cat going to town, hits one, they fall off screen, hits another one, they fall off screen. I think that's kind of the best that they could do.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, one of the
Well,
things I do like, I think it's a
Cat.
small detail. I think his trowel does get bloodier as the scene goes along.
I mean, Cat describes he's like, oh, right under the chin, chop their head off, or right between, the neck and the shoulder, slice them through. And he's fighting, and he's just bluntly just like hitting them.
Bonk.
Yeah, just bonking them around. He
Yeah.
doesn't actually
Uh,
really
I,
do what he's
I
describing, and of
think
course, heat of battle. But
yeah. So I mean, it helps that they're falling on each other. So presumably, even if they're alive, they have to try and get out from underneath the next person that fell on them because they're just coming in.
yeah. Anyway,
Um,
lads, unfortunately, this is the time where I got to skedaddle for about 15-20, and I will be back shortly.
Alrighty. See you when you get back, buddy. Um, let's see. Let's see.
So let's talk about how I guess Bilbo uh, is in battle now. He's kind of cowering in a crater with a bunch of other men, and
Mhm.
Paul tells him to move on. What are they doing?
Hold
And
on, hold on, hold on. Just before this, I have
yes,
to acknowledge my greatest sound effect in the whole movie. I finally heard the fucking ping from the rifle. I was waiting for that the entire movie, and then we cut to
satisfying
Himmelsdorf.
pain.
Yes, because we follow Bomber into the hole, as you say, and he pulls the bolt action back, and we hear the ping, and it was so satisfying to hear.
The most satisfying gun sound to me is the M1 Grand.
I
Beautiful.
agree. Chef's kiss, M1 Grand, beautiful gun. 10 out of 10 would shoot again. Um,
Would listen to again. Um, yeah, and you can see on his face that he's like, "Oh man, I make fun of this guy. He's commanding me to do stuff, and I have to do it. I have to do it. I have to do my duty." It's unfortunate that he saw me in this light, and he still continues to do his duty, obviously.
Yeah. Eventually, he does. He's still there because remember, he doesn't move initially after Bomber even helps. Bomber just goes on ahead, and
Yeah,
eventually, Hemostas picks himself up with further orders of men shouting the charge.
yeah.
Um, I'll talk a little bit more about this at the end, but a lot of stuff about Hemostas is removed from this movie, to his detriment, I think.
But we don't get much of a conclusion to him.
Yeah, we get nothing of a conclusion to him. There's far more of him in the 1930s version, if I'm remembering correctly. And I mean, I should point out now in the 2020 version, 2022 version, he is removed entirely, also to the movie's benefit. But
Oh,
yes,
what
I'll
takes his place?
uh the political stuff. So we actually get to see. Okay, well, I'll talk about this now since uh, Springs isn't here. So 2022 is, I think, a very, very good adaptation of the theme. It's not a like a. This is more accurate to the book, but I do think 2022's version of All Quiet on the Western Front accomplishes the message of the book much more than the movie does. And I think it does a very good job of this because it makes several changes to the book. One, it removes Hemostas entirely. Two, it also in Hemostas's place and in place of the training stuff, we actually get the political stuff, like the people trying to sign the armistice, trying to make great peace in the to prevent the war from happening because lots of people are dying. And the war, and we don't follow Bomber from 1914, 1915. We actually follow him in the last year of the war. He actually joins the war in 1917. Um,
Hmm.
So it's a much more condensed timeline to the movie's benefit of it being like it still covers all the same story beats pretty much with Bomber. But it does it to its benefit because it's also covering the political end. Like it's setting up the World War II setup, pretty much. Like the Germans are pleading with our main politician that we follow on German side is actually a really reasonable character, and it contrasts still with the life in the trenches. He's living like he's living well, pretty much, but he's pleading with the French, like, don't do this to us. Don't blame this war on us. Do not put all these restrictions and stuff like us on Germany because it's going to ruin things to come. So I think it really does in that sense. It does the spirit of All Quiet on the Western Front very much so justice. Um, Even if it's not
So
a amazing adaptation of the book.
you said this is your least favorite of the three adaptations. Is the 2022 one your favorite or 30?
Um, I think the 2222 one is my favorite for now because I think it's the closest it's gotten in terms of the theme, which is, all war is bad. Like it is the closest we get to it truly being an anti-war film. Because even the 30s one, uh, it still has a bit of it still gives the characters their sacrifice some meaning. And Hemostas in that one, I think, also gets his payoff, which is why I like that version better. Yeah, it's a toss up. It really is a toss up between the 30s and the 2022 one. I think the 2022 one captures the period a lot better, and I think it captures the theme of All Quiet on the Western Front perfectly. Whereas I think the 30s and this one they cover the book really well. Only Hemostas is pretty much dropped in this one.
Okay. Man, we have a
Uh,
good scene ahead that I would like Springs to be a part of. The whole French guy.
yeah. I actually this all because that is in every version of All Quiet on the Western Front because it's part of the book and it's the infamous scene, shall we say? Um, and this film does it the worst of the three movies.
Wow.
Uh, and don't get me wrong, I still think what they're going for it works. It just doesn't work as well.
Okay, well, what did the others do better for it?
Oh, without spoiling it,
I mean, you
um,
said it's the same. He kills a guy, right?
it has the same basic premise. He kills a guy, yes, the same basic premise. Um, but it's in the reaction that Bomber has to having to listen to him choke to death. Like this one, it's more subtle. The first one is more the 30s one is more manic. His response, like he's yelling at him, and then in the new one, it's the full range of manic realization, uh, apology, and stuff like that. So like this one gets the apology angle, and like they never want us to know. It nails that aspect, but it doesn't get the manic aspect enough for it to be as powerful of a scene as it should be.
Hmm. I
Um,
guess to me, I don't think it needs to be manic. I
um,
like his reaction to it being delayed, last overnight, essentially. Who knows how many hours that guy was just bleeding out there?
my
Definitely
guess
a
is
few.
my guess is 2 to 3. Um,
I mean, it was pretty darn dark when he died or got stabbed, and then
yeah,
definitely morning.
yeah. So
A few.
my guess was like the earliest it probably is probably 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock range. That way, it allows the sun to be up in a couple hours.
Yeah, so I think having it drawn out. I don't know. In the other adaptations, is it like a drawn out night thing, or does
Oh,
he kill them pretty quick?
all versions of him are drawn out.
Okay.
But like, okay, I'm trying to figure out how to describe this without spoiling it. So you know the part where Bomber covers his ears and he's like, getting sick of hearing it.
Yeah.
that's exaggerated and extrapolated out more to show the character of Bomber in both on the other versions. So like that emotion is played out more.
Hmm, okay.
I think to the scene to both to the other versions' strengths. I'm not saying this scene is bad. I just think it's the weakest of the versions that I have seen on screen. Because I do think like what they are going for here, because this scene focuses more on the humanity aspect, which is like they don't want us to know.
Mhm.
The other scenes don't focus on that aspect as much. So because that is the focus of this scene, um I do think it works for what this scene is trying to go for. Uh
Yeah, I guess I need to watch Taylor too because I feel like this is pretty solid. It'd be interesting
I
to see, I guess, a more exaggerated expression coming from
yeah,
him. So
I yeah, sorry. You finish.
yeah, his I guess from your point of view, his more subdued one compared to his more exaggerated ones. I feel like it fits because Paul in this film, he's not too out there personality wise. He freaks out when both of his pals die at the end, but throughout this whole film, he doesn't really panic too much. He doesn't have hyper expression. I mean, when Franz died, he was a little panicky, but he wasn't freaking out or anything. Uh, so I think if he just totally freaked out over killing a French guy after he's been doing that for a couple years or a year at this point, even though it's more personal, he's had hours to stay with the guy. Might stand out as an outlier to his personality compared to his reactions throughout the film.
Yeah,
Uh,
I still think this is an objectively good scene. Like I said, within the context of how Bomber is portrayed in this film, I agree with everything you just said. That's why I think this scene is still strong, and it's still my favorite scene in every version of the film, and it's still my favorite one of my favorite scenes here, and I think it's still my favorite scene in the whole movie, which is this. Um, like I said, it's just a different version. I prefer the other versions, but I still think this is an objectively good scene because I think you're right. In this version of Bomber, he is much more subdued, so I don't think we would get the exaggerated version.
um, in terms of what was going on at this point, the whole nighttime bit, I don't really. Were they doing it in advance, or was he just being sneaky? I couldn't really
Yeah,
tell what the
I
intention
the
was.
other the other at least I don't remember for the 30s version, but I know in the 2022 version it was an advance that fell apart and a retreat that fell apart as to why he got separated from everyone. Because I in this one he was just there, and I wrote down question marks. I'm like, how the fuck did he get here?
Okay,
Like I know scene needs to happen because this is the infamous scene in every all acquired the Western Front. But I'm like, the others put the work in. Like, how did he get here?
yeah, okay. So
So
I do think that is an issue.
yeah, it is definitely an issue for this version. It's not an issue in the others. At least in the 2022 one. I don't remember much for the 30s one. I remember the scene. I remember the scene being very powerful still though. So in the newer version, uh, they're they're retreating essentially from. Oh, I think he's retreating either from flamethrowers or the first introduction of the tanks overwhelming the trench that he was in.
That would be cool. Introduction of the tanks leading up to this, but that
I
would be too early in this timeline that we currently have.
Yeah, it works in the it work like I said, it works in the later version because
2022.
they've changed they made changes to adapting the book that I think they work better for the theatrical version of the film. Uh, so like I'm never about like I said I always judge them separately, and I think it works in that version better because I think that's how the tanks are introduced. I don't fully remember though because it's been a while since I've seen that version too. But yeah, very very powerful scenes still in this film. I think this is Bomber, the guy who's portraying him as an actor, I was waiting for him to sell me still. And I think this is what sold me on him being Bomber, like a good Bomber, for this version, because I
Mhm.
never really saw the inner monologue yet until this scene. When I see it going forward from this scene onward, so I think it's very, very strong.
Yeah, I agree. Poor Gerald Duvall, the printer.
Yeah.
He never did send the message to that guy's family because he just put all the papers back in his jacket, which
Yeah.
was interesting. Do you think he should have fulfilled what he was saying, or not? Not that
Um,
it's really relevant to anything. I'm just curious.
it would be hmm, if I'm adapting the book, no. If I'm gonna try and hammer home the point of what the book is trying to convey, I don't think I'd have him succeed in doing that. He could in a version where he does take it, because I don't remember if he takes it in the other versions either. But if he does take the information, I think he would die before he gets the chance to send them off.
Okay, drops the
Or I would have
timing.
either that, or I would have him keep it with him, like as a constant reminder that he has to do this, that he has to do this. But he keeps every time he sits down to try and write, he can't find the words to.
Mhm.
I think that would be the approach I would probably take with it if he's going to keep them. He also might have left them on the body so they can identify him, but that's not really portrayed to me in this how this bomber thinks. That's not something that crosses mind.
Yeah, I didn't get that vibe off of it.
Um,
One of the few instances where we see blood in this was on him because I think there was only three, like, other than like the people in the hospital with the bandages on him.
yeah,
We get this guy stabbed in the gut or wherever he's stabbed in his torso. Uh, when his buddy's headshot in the ditch towards the end, whichever buddy that is, his face was face down.
that's the ladies' man one.
Okay, he was face down, so I had no idea which one that was.
Yeah,
Uh, and then you brought up the shovel had some blood on it in the trench. But
I think
not much
so.
blood in this film.
Uh, we also have to add a few more. We also have the blood on Bomber's hand when Cat dies. Um, we also have, I think, we get. No, that's the one I remember. I don't think there's much else. Yeah, they're pretty tame on the gore and the blood. We have Cat's leg as well. Cat's leg is super bloodied.
You said this was for TV. Did you by chance see what network it was on?
CBS, I believe. Let me double check.
CBS. Okay. Yeah, that would make sense. The gore stuff being tamed then. It's
Uh,
a pretty family friendly network. I think even in the 70s.
CBS, yes, it is CBS. Just wanted to double check.
All right, CBS.
Um,
Interesting.
so I guess it makes sense. I guess why it would be tamer. Um, well, we'll come back to this scene when Spriggs
Yeah,
gets back.
there's lots
But
of stuff to say about it, I'm sure.
um, let's see. Do I have anything more to say on it? Uh,
This is where the lighting I highlighted earlier, I think, is most prevalent because it does feel like the flare light. It doesn't move too much. It moves when it gets shot, but after that, it doesn't move anymore.
yeah,
But overall, I think it's well lit.
yeah. I like the cut with the morning and how he's like waiting for the charges to go back and forth again, so he can find his time to get out of the trench.
Regroup. I do
Uh,
like how he utilized playing dead. Uh,
yes.
good
He
tactic.
all Good tactic. He also used his helmet as well to test if a machine gunner was looking his way.
What was that what he was doing? Was that a test?
When he stuck his helmet up when he's not wearing it, yes.
Oh, I guess I don't remember him not wearing it.
Yeah, he takes his helmet off explicitly to test to see if a machine gunner is looking his way, and the helmet gets shot out of his hand.
Oh, okay. For some reason, I remember him wearing it. All right. Well
No,
then,
he
yeah.
puts it on the end
Good.
of his
Good
gun
on
and
that.
holds it up. It's good detail that later the bullet holes are still in his helmet too.
That's true. They are still there. Um, well, now that your hair sprinks, we're talking about the dead. The he stabbed the Frenchman and has to listen to him dying for a couple hours.
Gotcha. The front. That yeah. What do I have here? Corporal stating and yelling his superior officer, "My ass." So stupid. Um. Oh, okay. We talked about the shell shocked kid, and it's not just it wasn't him, but others are like trying to flee and run away. And right when they're about to flee, it's pretty convenient that the bombing stopped right then for them to then advance. So I found that very kind of corny.
Sure,
Convenient,
I guess.
Like they're
They're
yes.
gone
complaining
gone for
about it.
like
And it's
2
like, how
The
long
days.
will it
only the only
go? And
the only benefit here is that Cat's the one saying it's going to end soon, and Cat would know it's going to end soon because he's the most familiar with artillery doctrine from the
yeah,
French.
but not end soon. Like Back to the Future 2 weather kind of thing. Like it
Yeah,
end
I
soon.
agree.
Like
They
it
were
could
bombed for
end in a
2 days
couple
straight.
Oh yeah,
hours.
I absolutely agree. It was convenient. Yeah.
It's just right when they're trying to charge the door to leave. He goes, "Wait, wait, wait, hang on. You hear that? Nothing. Okay, now let's go." It's okay. Uh oh, is this okay? This is before the French. When I wrote this down because this was another sound thing that I had no clue and it was very weird, and I rewatched the scene 3 times. When Corporal Bilbo gets up and moves from being cowardice, and Paul like tells him to move forward, and then it goes into Paul's narration. There's a clicking or typing noise in the background. What is that and why?
The clock, you mean?
Is that a
Like
clock?
I think I know the sound effect you're talking about. I
I couldn't
think it's
tell if it
supposed to
was
be
him on
like
a
a
typewriter or like putting ammunition in a magazine. I couldn't tell what I was hearing, but there was no connection shown like afterwards, like after the narration, like going to, for example, like a clock or whatever's causing the noise. It's just in his narration while he's talking, and it's not a sound effect of war.
he's when so this is this during the getting Hemostas up to fight again?
Yes, he gets him up to fight, runs in, and then narration starts of Paul explaining things. And while he's talking, this clicking or typing noise starts just interfering in the background of him. It's like if he was giving his take like in an audio room and someone next to him is just like eating on an apple kind of thing. Like it's just picked up in audio. And
Hold on, is it the clicks of the bolts? Because I know they use those a lot in this film.
I don't think so.
Because
It
I
could
know
be.
they're pulling on the bolts a lot, and it makes a really loud clicking sound. Like they use that sound effect a lot in this film. So
That could be it, but it did if it that is it, it did not blend well with audio because it was on pretty much same level as narration. Which is also weird because the rest of the war and everything is kind of, dimmed down a bit in audio so the narration can come through. And it would be weird if that's the only sound effect that wasn't.
Alright, I just listened to it.
It's just
Um,
noticeable and I don't know what it is.
I think it's supposed to be distant gunfire, but I think they used a typewriter for the sound effect. I think that's what that was.
It's very weird. At least to me it is. And it only happens in this one scene.
Alright, do you have anything else for
Oh,
the leading up to the pit guy?
Oh, yeah. When it's night and Paul is going around and he chucks a grenade at 3 Frenchmen. The one on the far right
Yeah.
is really silly of how he gets affected by this grenade. It's so far from him. I'm sure I can believe like maybe some shrapnel got in his back, but he starts doing like a ballet performance as he falls over. It was very cheesy.
Yeah, I mean, that's something I wrote really early on in my notes is, the overacting on death in this,
I mean,
where,
there's
like,
some
where
really
people
good
that get blown
ones.
up and shot.
Yeah, there's one guy doing like a
Um,
front flip. That was cool.
yeah. So,
uh,
lots of exaggerated death stuff, but that is I chopped it up to the time because it's like Indiana Jones kind of type deaths reactions, anyways. Are
Hundred
similar to
percent,
Death Tribe.
100% Sprinks. I just listened to it. That it's the clicking of their bolt actions.
Oh, but it's not.
Was that?
It's not
Yes,
balanced.
I agree. It's not balanced, but it's 100% the clicking of their bolt actions. That is the same sound effect they've been using.
So okay, all right. That goes into sound design for me because it doesn't affect any other speaking or part in the film because it matches then because it didn't bother me at all until this one part. And then I mean, after the grenade, then it's the stabbing guy. And to me, I guess this is a form of mercy, but I don't know. It just seems so cruel of Paul. Well, don't really know the time jump of the night to day. It could literally be like 4 in the morning to 6 until the sun rose, so it could be like 2 hours. But it also could
That
be midnight to 8 in the morning.
Yeah. I talked about the timing with Crimson. I'm of the assumption that it's 2 to 3 hours, so 4 o'clock at night to when the sun was up, enough to be bright, pretty much.
Okay, I
Because
just don't understand
he would
why
not,
he
he would
waited.
not live that long.
I don't know why Paul waited so long. If it sounded, it looked like the effect of the Frenchman moaning and like dying was what was driving Paul crazy to cover his ears and not bombs or anything. Like
That
he
is
couldn't stand the
exactly what was driving. That is
okay, he couldn't
exactly what
stand the
was
noise
driving him
anymore.
crazy.
So
No, no,
I
no.
don't know.
It's just him. The sound of the Frenchman choking and dying.
Okay,
That's what drove him crazy.
yeah, I didn't understand really then why he didn't mercy kill him earlier or do what he did earlier, then just wait it out. And he made it. He's like, oh, if you're in my shoes, what would you have done? It's like that animal instinct. You would have killed me, I killed you, kind of thing, which makes sense. But does that take you know 3 hours to die down?
Yeah, there's a little monologue where were it not for the uniforms, they could be brothers type deal. And I would we don't see any like one-on-one kills in this. This is the one. Uh, Up to this point, we could imagine it's just been group fights or sniping, like but bunch of trench fights or sniping. This is all we see of like a one-on-one. So this is his time to think about what he's done, presumably
Because he
in his
can't leave
presence.
either. Because his
Yeah.
intention as soon as he stabs him is just to leave,
Yeah.
but he
So he's
can't.
stuck here with his actions and his thoughts. Um, so I don't find it too weird that he just left him there to die, and then because he's kind of thinking about what he's done and where he is now. He was in school. Now he's just in a hole after just stabbing somebody that
Well, that
didn't
makes
do him
sense to
wrong
me for
personally.
him to reminisce on the actions he's done and where to go forward. But for that to take 3 hours to the point of you just going crazy of like what to do until the noise just drives you to pulling an action. I found that a cruel thing for the character of Paul.
It's not the noise itself; it's the concept behind what the noise is. That drives him crazy. Because I'm sure he's used to hearing people moan in pain. It's been over a year of this. It's not. I don't think it's
So
the literal sound of
no, no, no. I guess it just goes on to my question then. I know he didn't just outright kill him because he's like, we could be brothers. I didn't want to kill you. It's just like key to the moment kind of thing. So it makes sense for him because he does like take the knife out and he's like, I'll kill you, and then he puts it away and goes, no, don't. I'm not gonna kill you. Which is, just trying to bandage him or help him. Why did he not do that earlier?
well,
So
I
because that
can't
point
say
is
to his
foreign to
mindset.
him. At that point,
Hmm?
it's just foreign to him. The idea of helping him.
But does it take that long? I mean, I guess the time, as you
It's
say, is like how long it takes,
it's
but
two. It's you. It's 2 to 3 hours, right? That's at
That
least where
we're
I'm at.
assuming that. I'm kind of with Sprinks where it could be midnight to 8. We don't have a
it
frame
but
really.
but
The
still
reason
with the writer,
the
it
reason
could be 2 to 3.
Could be.
the reason I lean
Yes.
more 2 to 3 hours is it's more realistic that way.
Well, we don't see specifically the
The only
wound.
only
It's
thing we really
somewhere
see
in the
is
intestine area, which is a slow
yeah,
death,
all
but
we really see is
don't
Paul
know.
didn't sleep. You don't see
That is
him
correct.
waking up. He's just staring at the French guy the whole time. And I don't know if you want to count that of like he doesn't look tired to be the 2 to 3 hours things, which leans to writer, um, or he's just like so attentive of any other French guy coming up that he just like the adrenaline kept him up. So that could be hours to just motivate him through. It's like either way, I just don't find it believable that he'd wait so long to do something on his actions.
I mean, there's this aspect where he doesn't know how long he was going to be stuck in that ditch. He could have thought he stabbed him. He's like, okay, maybe they can save him, and then he'll go home because he's wounded. That's an aspect to think about, right?
Well, yeah, but you
Thought he
can
could
still
have
bandage
just.
him.
What if he thinks that he's
Well,
going to get rescued?
he has to work that he has to work up to that, those Springs. That's the
Yeah,
issue.
But does it? Yeah, I
It
think
takes I know your issue is that the time it
no.
takes. The
I
reason I'm
think
saying
it
that's
would have been a better scene if it was Paul in that pit, and then it's like him narrating what have I done, which is what he explains out loud to the French guy. If it was more in thought of that, and then it could cut to some scene which maybe they didn't have the budget or sense to write or wasn't in the book or something of like a connection of some form to then use that as the time jump to go back to Paul in its daytime, because then it even helps more of how much time has passed rather than night to day cycle of Paul in that moment to then say this is what's on Paul's mind to then adjust for his actions rather than just going I can't stand the noise anymore of my actions onto this man dying to then help him, or I guess first to kill him and then he puts the knife away.
This is like the third time I think in a podcast springs where you bring up like flashbacks that should be implemented. You seem to very favor those quite a lot.
I'm
Yeah.
saying it specifically. Well, I don't. I have, and unfortunately I can't call upon the ones I've said in the past before, but for this one, it's for the use that it's being used for Paul, our main character, again and again, of cutting back to a memory or a time in his life beforehand to then transition into the next scene of the war or present. And because it's happened before, I don't. I'm figuring could totally flow and work well to do it here. I can see the reasons why they didn't, as I said, if it was budget or not written.
it's not written, and I'll tell you why. This is the infamous scene in every version of All Quiet on the Western Front.
Okay.
They don't no creative who's going to take on that IP is ever going to want to move to change this scene much.
Okay, I guess not spoiler or not to sway me, but writer, is this scene pretty spot on identically to the other forms you've seen?
Having talked with Crimson, they're all the others are a little bit different, and how I describe the difference is the time frame for the 2022 version is it's much shorter. He's not stuck in there for hours. It's the process of like maybe 20 minutes. The 30s version, he is stuck in there with them for hours as well. That is the timing of it. The differences are in Bomber's reactions, and how either exaggerated his reaction to having to listen to him slowly die, uh, or it is those are the major differences without really spoilers. Because one of the things I don't like about this scene is it omits one of the most infamous lines from the book and the other films that's in there, and Bomber doesn't say it in this version of the film.
Oh, and
Um,
I'm guessing you think that greatly weakens it.
uh, Personally, this is my least favorite version of the scene. Yes. However, I think in the context of this bomber, with our bomber having been really, really subdued, he doesn't really um pushed for himself, if that makes sense. He doesn't really stand up for himself. He doesn't really he's more reactionary. He's very subdued as a character. His personality is very subdued. I think this scene works within the context of this bomber. It just personally is not my favorite version of the scene.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I think what the only thing that's really shown Bomber going out of his way to help someone was, I guess, trying to find a doctor for Franz and then helping Glasses when he collapsed on the hill back in line.
And you also have to remember this is a person he was told was his enemy for years at this point as
Well,
well.
true.
So, I guess because I'm listening to your criticism, Springs. The main issue that I understand it from you is that it took him too long to want to help him or jump in to either mercy kill him or do
Yes,
something of that
being the
variety.
fact that I'm going with the theory that he did not sleep. I think it took him far too long to make a decision, even if
Um,
that time period was 2 hours, which is the minimal, is what we're saying here.
yeah. The reason I decided for the 2 to 3 hours one is because that's plenty of time to mull over your actions and still put up with it. Because there's two facets to this. Where the one is, yeah, he could be rescued by his friends if he gets out of here, and he could, theoretically get rescued by the French. And then there's the other version of it, like, well, I'm not going to waste this on my enemy. Why would I waste this on my enemy? Um, and then there's the other facet of uh oh, what is it called? The point of it is just Bomber has a lot to work through to get to the point of wanting to help this person. Now, the film has chosen either to make that 2 to 3 hours at minimum, or at maximum since midnight, pretty much to morning.
Yeah,
In the version where this is longer, I will start thinking I do take that as more of an issue that he it took him this long to reach that point. Because I don't think, but I because I think this is the 2 to 3 hour version, I don't see this as an issue because I think that adds more to he doesn't want to help him because if he helps him, then he acknowledges the fact that this is a person.
which is, I mean, initially what he comes to.
Yeah,
Um,
which of course he comes to the quote unquote correct choice of wanting to help
yeah,
him, make things easier
and
for
people,
him.
I'm
Yeah,
I'm sure some of the audience could be arguing it's like Sprinks, this is a human life. It's not, a blink and you already have a decision on if you're going to kill someone. I get that, especially seeing someone wounded, your own actions, decision. I get that makes sense to me. But the scene beforehand that we've covered, the whole desensitized to, the bombings and everyone's calm. There's one shell shock to the newbie. It's like they're used to war. They're used to just going out and murdering the French, the enemies, and taking over trenches and falling back and in line after years now. That this decision isn't like, it would make more sense if this was like his first month, or the first trench going up, or kind of thing, or like Bomber, because in this he's kind of on his own. He's not with other
yeah.
mates
There
around him.
there's no peer pressure because there's always that idea of group mentality of like, all right, there's people dying on the ground. One of your friends just pulls the trigger, starts executing. You're just going to
Yeah,
join in. There's that.
and
There's
it's
no. There's the reason this scene is very very striking on its own is that there is no outside influence. He has to come to that conclusion by himself because there's one thing to be told to kill someone who's slowly dying, and then you having to come to that yourself.
yes, I think this scene would fit easier and stronger earlier in his campaign if he was more younger
From
and like deciding,
from
because the scene that has
yeah.
already been shown of Bomber making his own decisions is when he goes over into the pit in the dugout and sees his own soldiers and the corporal cowardice hiding, and he makes a decision like, hey, take charge, get up there and go. Like he doesn't like think it's like, should I go on without him, should I just pay him attention. He instinctively already gives the decision to go, help the fatherland. That shows to me that Balmer has in his mind things to already do, and is showing him helping his fellow brothers, like the one that fell in training, and then the scene I just mentioned. So this scene here just seems far too long of a decision in Balmer's head, and it was only caused because he couldn't take the noise anymore.
No, okay. See, the taking the noise anymore is the only physical aspect that we can see. The reason why it takes the time is because he has to resensitize himself to the fact that this is a person. That's what takes the time.
And not an
Because the
animal,
reason
or the
because
animal instincts that Kat said earlier on when they're walking.
yes. So like all that adrenaline has to disappear. All the numbness that we see in him in preceding scenes has to all go away in order for him to suddenly feel this.
Well, I guess that's a
That needs
biological
time.
and psychiatric question then of like how long does that take to dissipate out of a human?
That's why I said 2 to 3 hours minimum. That's why I'm on that team because that's what makes this scene work at its best. And the reason I wanted this scene to work at its best is because I actually like All Quiet on the Western Front. So,
Yeah.
I will say it is up to interpretation to the point where your point springs. If this is the 8-hour version or whatever, I do think that is too long. Or that's
It just
midnight
doesn't fit
to
his
7
character.
in the morning.
That's my thing. I'm
Yeah.
not saying it's not feasible or possible. I'm just saying it does not fit Balmer in this moment at this point in the film.
You don't think it fits its character?
No.
Ooh.
That's why I said
I
if it was
disagree with you
earlier in
wholeheartedly
the
there.
film where he's more, this is now war and he's getting used to it. He's not it's shown him already or not desensitized, it's already I guess comfortable in the battle of walking around, him knowing what to do in the trenches, his placement of helping others, his taking role and leadership opportunity up to quote unquote superior corporal. i- It's shown all these things of his character that at this point it just seems like it's not placed correctly. But I'm sure this is in the books and the other versions of the films of
Yeah,
this is
I
in the
will say
order.
I will say this right now. All Quiet on the Western Front 2022 version. I think that'll be your favorite version of the Scene Springs.
Oh, you said it's the
Without
roughly 20 minute, not a 20-minute scene, but a 20-minute time period.
uh
At least that's
yes,
what you
20-minute.
commented.
It's a 20-minute time period, but also I think it will also help you because he's only in the 2022 version makes changes to the books that I think strengthen the movie and the story of All Quiet on the Western Front. One of those changes was Bomber's first year of the war is 1917.
Okay.
So he doesn't when this scene happens, he's only had a few months of experience on the front.
Okay, that yeah, that I probably prefer.
So I'm saying, yeah, like I said, I of the versions that we are describing to me as problems, 2022 version is going to be your favorite version of this scene.
Okay.
Um,
And
I
oh, go ahead. Sorry.
yeah. So to kind of contrast just a little bit, to push back because, like I said, a lot of that I don't see it as out of character for Bomber because it's has to be his character has to be broken down and worn out pretty much in order for this that to occur. So I think that's there in the scene, as well as even though, as you say, it's all the his leadership role, how he's numbed himself to everything. That's all there for me, and that's all used up in the time it takes for him to reach the point of what of the decision of him getting sick of listening to the man dying. Um,
All right.
whew,
With
all right,
all this information here, Crimson, do you have some thoughts on this? If it's swayed or changed or
Uh, I mean, I still feel like the 2 to 3 hour time is justified. I'm not too worried about the duration in that regards. Uh, your interesting point about him taking a leadership position later or earlier with Mustache pushing him and the other troops to advance is true to a degree, but I think that still lends to what Ryder said earlier, where that's with people, regardless of him taking a leadership position. That's still around people. You can still, in the moment, be a leader, but as an individual, not right. That's not something necessarily that everybody has on all the time as a leader. So I don't know if that's specific evidence of him acting quicker in this scenario because he was able to command some people there. Because I don't think there's any other scene like this in this film to directly compare to. So I don't know. I just
of
find the scene
helping? You mean helping
as good.
one on one without anyone around?
Yeah, well, just Paul's mindset. We get his dream, which is not very relevant here, but just Paul one-on-one time up to this point doesn't really help influence his decisions here. And all of his other leadership positions are around people.
I guess
So
to kind of add a little bit more onto what you're saying, Crimson. Um, whoa! I hope I didn't fucking echo. Jesus Christ. Kind of hope what I go leaning into what you were saying, Crimson. Um, the idea that like we all act differently when we're a group of friends than we are with our by ourselves. Like the idea we have more bravado, that sort of thing, or like that we're more willing to be open, we're more willing to try new things just because we have friends around us. That's kind of the same mentality in a much more brutal aspect being shown here. In that like you're just doing what everyone else is doing out there, but now he's by himself here with this dying French person. So that's at least that's kind of the angle you're coming from, right, Crimson, with that?
yeah, because
Okay.
even in a leadership position, he's not like a sheep. He's not just following. He is being proactive. But if he wasn't doing that, nothing would really be different either. If he was just a sheep, right? Because he's still just like everybody else. He is just a normal soldier like everybody else in this scenario. If he just stood back, stayed at the trenches, and ignored the push, then I think that would say more than him right now just saying, "Come on, guys, we all got to die together. Let's advance." I don't know what that last point I just did there was with the whole
It's
trench
a point
thing.
you
I
got
don't, I don't
across.
know what that was.
Hey, someone in the audience could have picked up and understood what you meant.
It's
Have
something.
you?
I don't know what I just said there.
I missed it. I gotta admit,
That
you
that
lost
was word
me.
salad at that last part. But my previous point still stands though.
All right. Well, in that case, Sprinks, do you have any final thoughts, or shall we? Is
No,
that
I,
all?
I
I'll open this to group. It's like, do we have anything else to say on the scene?
no, I get my thoughts on it. I just think it would have been better if it was earlier. But
All right. Then I believe
Parade.
we
a parade. Oh
parade.
wait, never mind. Not a parade. Oh boy.
Medal ceremony thing.
Yeah, the medal ceremony. Hemostats gets an Iron Cross from the Kaiser himself, and they all get their helmet upgrades. So gives you a knife. That's if you're a historian, you have your idea of where you are on the time period now.
Oh, this is where the steel helmets come in.
Yes.
Okay.
The parade scene is where our characters have them all on. Yes, they have been trickled in other scenes and stuff like that. But this is where they all have them. So
Okay.
am I right? I think this is where.
Yes, yes, they're all lined up and they have them on. Um, I was just slightly confused. You said there was the horned one, which is earlier on, and then the one without the horn, which is the one that he holds up on his bayonet and gets shot. Um, and then this one.
Yeah. So I guess we'd be at around
1916.
1916 at this point.
Yes. Now the steel helmets are uniform throughout the army. Yes. Um.
Which on my research for that helmet upgrade uh, decreased headshot kills by 70% or
Yep.
deaths.
On all sides, the British were the first to introduce the steel top helmets, and then the Germans, and then the French, and it did. It definitely decreased headshot rates. Um.
Yay, a win.
Yeah. So, do you know why Himmelstas got an Iron Cross?
No.
That was going to be a question for you that I had. So
Yeah,
go ahead.
it's not in this version, and I feel like I don't know how much I should talk about it because he actually sort of earns it in other
Oh, there's
versions.
reasons in the other one. I mean, for this film, I thought it was just like, oh, he's the corporal and
All right.
he survived.
Oh, I think I talked about this with Crimson. I don't know if you were here for the
Yeah,
Sprints.
when
Then you
Sprints
were
was gone. Yeah.
okay. So that was Mr. Return. Okay, yeah. Himmelstas is missing like half of his arc in this film. A lot of stuff happens with him in the other versions of the films and the
Oh,
book.
this
Uh,
film just makes him a jerk.
Yeah. He's a much more. Don't get me wrong. Everyone still, you still hate him in the book, and you still hate him in the first film, um, in the 1930s film. But he's just he's more nuanced. He's got layers to him and stuff. Like this is he's got other stuff going on. He pseudo redeems himself, um, and he's also while also simultaneously still being portrayed as a coward.
Okay.
So
So you know that past then, and they didn't put it in this movie to show the reason why. So why what do you think is the meaning behind it used in the film to, give it to him to even be shown without the reason for this version?
I haven't the slightest clue because we have only one more scene with him in it, and I have no idea. It's,
Okay.
it's one of the things that drag down this film objectively for me, as well as a bit subjectively.
Okay. I saw it as like a little not salt in the wound, but a little like, oh, the coward just because of his title gets a medal rather than the real hero is the one that gets overlooked.
I would agree with you if not for the fact that the next scene with him is him being invited in to hang out with our group of boys.
That's
And
true.
he just sits there and like observes them, and but they've invited him in and let him join them for like to listen in to them just having fun.
Well, yeah, because they're changed now. They're changed men, and they kind of have Cat to fall on, or of like protection. Like, oh, this is kind of our leader now, not you. When they laugh at him, um, but this is like accepting, like, hey, we all been to war together. We're all together here for no reason to get feuds and mad at each other.
Yeah.
But they don't question like, hey, how'd you get that medal, or what did you do, kind of thing. He just has it.
They just the reason they accept it is because they've seen the bullshit.
Yeah.
Like they know that they just at this point they would probably know that they just sort of give them out. Is that would be my only guess? Is that they just feel they bonded through battle? Yeah, that's pretty much my only guess as to why they invited him in. But I have no idea why they gave him the medal in this.
I don't think the reason for the medal matters in this version. I think it's simply for the fact that this is a character that's not exactly nice or kind of against, Paul and the others, that it's just like, oh, he got acknowledged.
I agree with Sprinks on that.
Okay, yeah.
But since you did bring it up, why did he get it in the other version?
He saves one of Paul's friends.
Oh,
One of Paul's friends gets oh, I think it's Albert, the guy who gets his that he goes
Oh, the
back
crazy
with,
one,
yeah, the one that gets his leg amputated and has to go back to the
depressed.
hospital
the one that
with,
wants a gun.
yeah. I think it's him, but he gets shot and wounded, and while the others are trying to scramble back into the trench, Hemostas is the one that goes out and to get him and drag him back into the trench behind friendly lines.
Yeah, that is a character that is not in this film. That is not
Uh,
this corporal.
I agree.
Is he a coward in any of the other versions?
Oh, he's the same power hungry coward in the other versions as well. But at that point, he had been on the front with them for a month, and he'd lost most of his unit.
And he has this other arc you're saying that
And
wasn't in this.
so kind of to kind of invert it. Now that I think about it, I don't really remember if he actually got a medal, but I presume this is the reason he got the medal in the other versions. So he saves one of Paul's friends. So what happens? So the quote unquote arc that Hemostas goes on is like the him sitting down, like being accepted by the group, like after the bonds of war. That scene would then have led him to save someone potentially. So like there is groundwork here for him eventually saving one of Paul's friends. Like the fact that they haven't necessarily forgiven him, but they just accepted him.
Yeah, and then
Uh
there's nothing with him after.
yeah. So if I were to inject him saving somebody in this film, it would be after this scene where he's looking around at all of them, just how normal it is, all the horror of the war is to all of them, and like the shell shock in his eyes while he's doing that. I would have injected him saving somebody probably after this scene, and I would have given him the medal after that. But it happens before that.
Well,
that in
then
this
that
film.
that kind of falls onto how much editing is actually creative use and how much is just for the following. Excuse me, following an order of the book. I mean, if they bought the rights, as you said, then they have the creative liberty to illustrate the story or share the story in their own entertainment way. And if it's scene to scene of chapter to chapter of the book, then it's just one to one. But if it's edited in a way where they think it strengthens one way or another in the flow of the film, um, then why wasn't it carried out as such?
I'm pretty sure it was just runtime that they didn't do that. They're
Well,
already at
not
2.5
yeah, not
hours, so
runtime is like add more scenes, but runtime is like, as you say, if the medal was after him it being accepted by the group. For like if he walks in and sits down and he doesn't have the medal, and then they'll go, "Oh, we're going on vacation," and then they're like, and Cat's like, "Actually, we have a visitor," and then it goes to the scene of almost standing up, and then he gets his medal. It's like if it was just like edited, like the scene swapped. For example, like as I said with the dying French
oh,
guy, if that was
I see.
edited earlier on to show like this is earlier in his time to then continue, I think that would have strengthened Paul's character. But so I don't know if that's like a creative liberty they couldn't do and to follow it exactly to the book, or this is a creative because I haven't read the book, and this is how they edited it to be shown.
Just gonna shrug at that.
Okay,
Well,
because it sounds like it could have been better and it wasn't.
Yeah, no, no, there's absolutely like there's grounds for this happening and making it groundwork for something. Like he could have been given in this version, he could have been given the Iron Cross for no apparent reason other than he just happens to be a colonel or whatever and survived.
Yes, but
Um,
you think that would have been better if that was the last scene we saw of him?
Not the last scene we saw of him. He has a very specific ending that I would not want to change from how it is in the books. But in this version,
That's what I mean. In this version of the film, how would you edit it?
I'd want the medal being seen after he saved Paul Obama's friend. So that way the medal feels more earned.
But he doesn't save Paul Barmer's friends in this version, in this film.
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't.
Okay,
So
so
you wait,
I'm
you're
asking
Strengths
asking
is
me
saying
whether
with the footage we
with the
have,
footage
where would
of
you
this
place it?
film, how would you edit it?
I don't know.
Okay,
It's
not
pretty
going with
much
the
this
knowledge you have to add scenes that aren't in the film, but what we have
yeah.
in the scene, if you could cut it up, where would you like what order?
Then with what we have, this is probably the best we're gonna get.
Okay,
So I think
I,
it'd be weird if to do the metal scene after this. So in this I'd rather have it in this order if I'm not getting anything else.
okay, that's what I was questioning. If you thought the editing was good.
Okay. Yeah, editing's fine for what we have.
Okay,
my
okay,
problem with Mustache is just how he ended. We didn't get an end with him. He's just sitting there with the group, and
zooms
then
in to
that's the
show
last
him
we
in
see of
thought,
him.
and which they actually finally do. I mean, it's a little camera work that they finally implement of when someone's in thought, they zoom in on him, which I think the first instance kinda is way earlier on when Paul's dad's talking to him about going to war. I think right after the train scene, and it zooms in on the family dinner and then zooms out, and that's the whole scene. Um,
Yeah,
so
they've
it's like,
used zooms throughout the
yeah,
movie.
but it seems
They
only
did
when
it
a
with
character's
the
in
geese
thought.
as well. When when Cap pointed out the geese, it turned to the geese and zoomed on them.
Did it zoom
So
in on
there
the
was
geese?
yeah.
Okay. Well, the
So
geese were in
there's
thought.
been zooms.
The geese were thinking. So
They were thinking they're about to get eaten. Why weren't they flying away? Um, so yeah, the zooming has been utilized. I just wish Mustache had an actual end of some sort. We don't know what happened to him after this.
I mean
Yeah, that's why
that
I'm not
falls on the
sure how much.
characters in this film. They
Oh
just
yeah,
get
I'll yeah. Sorry, I'll warn you, Springs. Hemostasis is removed entirely in the 2022 version. If you ever watch it,
well. Then that's on its own film standard. I mean, that's
yeah,
for what the film has,
yeah,
and
yeah.
I think that has
I
more
kind of
creative
I've
liberty than
already
this one. But
yeah, yeah. I agree as well, and I think it still builds to a very specific point, and I think it really works for that version or that adaptation, that version of All Quiet on the Western Front. It works really well. That Himmelstoss just being removed entirely. But yeah, I'm in agreement with Crimson. We get no ending to him here, and even knowing the ending, it just feels sort of flat-footed for this version. So
Especially a
Every
character
other
that has a
character,
name and a lot of screen time.
yeah, every other soldier had an end. They died, they went missing, or they picked
oh
apples.
no, sorry, no, you misunderstand. Himmelstoss is dead. They did he does Bomber does say that in his final monologue.
He did?
Yes, he lists Himmelstoss that he died on the front.
Oh, then I have less of an issue then. I thought this was the last notice
No.
of him.
He is mentioned. They just do nothing more with him from this point on.
Well, that's the downside of me writing mustache instead of his actual name. Um, okay, then that's less of an issue because I thought this was the last of him.
But still, as a
No.
one-line sentence is kind
Yeah,
of lame too.
It's
he is.
more than the nothing I thought.
Yeah, he is reduced. He is reduced to a sentence, but he is. Bomber does tell us in his last monologue in his letter to Albert that Hemostas was killed. So,
So that is better for me.
all right, happy to
Uh,
improve the film.
yes. As for their talks in there, specifically Cat and how nihilistic he is, which is definitely appropriate. What's the point of the war? Whose fault is it? What's the point in all of this?
And who's right? Whoever wins.
Yeah, all great questions, great points to be brought up.
Mhm.
It also shows the mindsets of everyone else that they're leaning towards. It's the French general's fault. And Cat's like, we don't know anything. What's the point? Uh, so I think it
Good
was
stuff.
all good interactions there.
Yes, good stuff. I like it. I don't really have much to add on because you pretty much covered Crimson.
Yeah.
I like. He's like, Patriots get shot.
And
That's
then, of course, hormonal boys are like, "Hey, we're going to a village with people,"
French, an occupied French town. Yay.
which
Uh,
is, I I don't know if this falls onto the mutual agreement situation you were talking about, or that was brought up earlier. The They said they can't, cross the river because of patrol or sentries. They're that close. What was what's stopping them from getting shot? Like, I
hmm,
mean, if they got closer to the sentries, yeah, but I mean, they're that close to Germans in a village. Why was it not? Why was it accepted?
good question.
They're
yeah,
in.
neither do I.
All right, so the Germans, these guys are like, oh, we're going to an occupied French town, and they're there, and then the river, which I'm ass- assuming is right next to the village. They look down. They're like, "Oh, we can't." Like they tell the girls, "We can't because there's sentries," and they point down, and there's guards, patrolling at the end, like on a bridge down the river. If those are French guards, was that French or German guards? I guess that's my
Those were
question.
German guards. Those were
German.
German
Okay,
guards. Okay, so let me also clarify because I think the conversation that you're bringing up, I think you would have a point, but I think it's slightly out of order in your mind.
okay. In my
So
mind, if those were French guards, why is this accepted? That was my question. But if those are German guards, then it's like, okay, this is just something not acceptable when you're, you know, on quote unquote vacation as a soldier.
yeah, it's German guards. So the idea is that they're not going now because the German guards can see them.
Okay, it's not accepted. It's not approved.
Yeah, it's not approved, but they're not going to punish them for it.
I mean, if they got caught.
I don't even think they would punish them if they got
Yeah,
caught.
this was a pretty common practice of the time.
Common
Kind of
practice to go have
stereotyped, like
sex with
the, the
strangers, or
with French women. Yeah, it's kind of like a stereotype of the
Yeah.
time.
And the German guards, I'm gonna be honest, don't they have bigger fish to fry. I mean, their job is to make sure they don't get ambushed in the middle of the night.
okay,
They're so like they can come and go and they won't be too bothered by it. And the film, by the way, is also bolstered by the fact that they sneak out at night on their patrol. So
okay. That
it's the
miles it down for me. Then
yeah.
that's okay. Because in my view, and I thought those were French guards, and I'm like,
No.
I don't understand this then.
Yeah, if those were French guards, they would definitely be shot at.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have been able to bathe. They would have just died.
Exactly. I'm like, why wouldn't they get the Germans, or why wouldn't the Germans get them? I did. Yeah. Okay.
Um, I really like this scene at the river. It's even though it's English characters playing or English people playing German characters trying to speak French. Uh, I quite like the scene. It's
They're trying to communicate.
yeah, and yeah, this is the horny, young men kind of thing. So, uh, I just quite enjoy the scene because it's for what this film's going for, which is showing the human aspect of it and showing the humanity of it. Um, I think it's a nice touch.
Okay. I have a question for the two of you that I wrote in. Why
I
did
might have an
Paul
answer.
rip the poster?
Oh, because it has a guy on it. They just wanted to look at the girl.
They're the men.
But the two of them were complimenting on the guy and
Yeah,
calling it a form of art.
they
No,
didn't
they were
want
making
to.
fun of him.
Oh, making fun of him for wearing white trousers
Yeah.
because they wore white trousers.
No, no, okay. No, no, it's the end where they start making fun of him. It's like, they're making fun of like his boots and how he can't walk that far in the shoes that he's wearing.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it starts from the memory thing, which is what you're bringing up, which then transitioned to them making fun of him,
To then just
and then they
get
ripped
rid
the
of him.
poster.
Okay. Because I was just confused. Like, why are they complimenting and describing the art? And they're like, oh, and then pinpointing things if they're just gonna tear it down. And it's not like Paul tore it down to keep it. He just you know threw it aside. I'm guessing.
Mhm.
Okay. I was just curious on that.
A nice little detail that I liked is Bomber lies about his age to the French girl.
Well, he said, yeah,
Uh,
he says 19, and then he does math to do 24. Is it?
yes,
Okay.
Yeah, he
and
added five to it.
pretty much. So he lied about his age, and I found that amusing.
Well, that's a little skeptical and or a little questioning anyway. If you do like 10 and then 9 and then an extra 5, wouldn't that
Well, she
9 be?
chuckled. She
Yeah.
probably caught on to it.
Either way,
Uh,
just a nice little neat detail. I found it amusing.
I found it weird how
yeah,
much these ladies were attacking their boots full of cheese and bread.
they
Because
have no food.
yeah, their food is being taken by the German army, pretty much. So they're
Oh,
eating well tonight because they have company from the German army.
gotcha. Also, yes, I wrote in my notes. Wow, Crimson could eat a lot during World War I.
So, yeah, if I
Some
didn't
cheese
get
and
shot in the
bread.
head or gassed or get dysentery or lots of fun stuff.
Yeah, fun.
Yeah. You see, if I want to be in World War I, I'm not setting up to be an infantryman. I'm setting up to be an artilleryman. Life is
I'll
so
be
much
a cook.
better.
I'll, I'll be the cook.
Look, I can do math, and I can stand behind my front line and shoot artillery at my enemies. I can do that. That's easy for me.
Uh,
I don't know what
I
I'd
let's
be.
took ballistics in school. Fascinating subject. Things go up, things go down.
Ryder, we've talked about this. Trebuchets on the front lines.
Hey, I didn't make the suggestion. Jon Snow or Tyrion did, okay? That's some of the supposedly smartest people in Westeros.
Yeah.
they're terrible friends. They knocked out their buddy just
Oh,
so they
they had. I mean,
get the one
they
up.
had to do one way around it.
Tisk tisk tisk.
I was
I thought that
amused
was
by it.
funny. They're like, you're falling behind. You need to catch up.
Wasn't he the married guy too? The one that got drunk? I
Uh,
thought he would have been the opted out
well, then that's
anyways.
all. Then that's nicer of them. Then it's knowledge they
They're
knew.
making they're
I would
making they're
prefer
making
to
sure he doesn't
chat.
cheat.
Like, you're the married guy. Come on, give us this.
Be
I mean,
loyal.
this would be good character stuff that Sprinks was wanting. This would have been good to build him
They
up.
they don't even call each other by name. They're just like drink.
Yeah,
Uh, I think it's funny. I'm
yeah.
kind
I
of
mean,
indifferent. I'm
it's for
50-50.
humor.
If I were to rewrite it, yeah, I'd probably go your route. He's married. So I would probably had his friends try to, have him keep his,
Leverage.
yeah.
I mean, if the French man that Paul pulls photos out of his family and everything that he has on him, they can eat. I'm sure the married guy has a photo of his wife on him.
Well, what if that one of those women was that guy's wife? Did you look
Absolutely
at that
not.
photo?
No way. Oh, the French guy's wife.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant the guy who got
How
drunk.
crazy would that be that
The
the
French
girl
guy's
Paul
wife.
gets is the
That'd be
Yeah.
pretty wild.
that's that wouldn't happen, but that's interesting to think of.
Uh,
I wrote in my notes Millie Bobby Brown.
What?
The girl that Paul gets with looks like she could be related. She's got a very similar
I didn't see
face.
that.
Very similar.
I guess my only last note for that, for at least for them getting with the French girls, I like it's fairly tasteful. Like it doesn't last too long. They just keep it quiet and awkwardly intimate
Writer. I mean,
for
it's
strangers.
made for
So
TV. They had
yeah,
they
but I
could
mean,
only
like
do so much.
yeah. Well, I mean, we're in an
Well,
age of Game of Thrones as TV, so I'm not gonna.
I don't think
um,
this even if this scene was made today, I don't think it should be more than this.
yeah.
Also, I guess this
Uh,
is a question. Made for TV, this was aired for British broadcast, I'm guessing?
Uh,
CBS.
right, I looked it up. CBS.
Oh, okay. So this was American.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Family Network. So
Okay.
The US and the UK worked together to make it, but it was CBS owned.
Okay. Because watching this, I went, I can see this more of being, UK television. But I don't, maybe I just associate that with World War One. I don't know. But, all right. That was, I guess, a question way earlier on. I should have asked. But
Mhm. Uh, and
also,
then
this wasn't a trap. Because in my notes, I went, this could be a trap. These hormonal boys could just be let in to get killed. We don't know.
I'm gonna be honest with you. If that happened, the French girls would be executed. Like they would, like, they would not be living in peaceful slumber. The German army committed so much, not like to the level of the villains of World War II, but they committed some atrocities which got them some ire at the start of the war.
Well,
They toned it down though as
what
the
if the
war went on.
what if the women were bait and like let them in the house and then like the husbands or the men attack them?
They would still be executed.
No, that's just a mutual agreement kind of thing.
Well, no, there's no the point is there are no husbands here because they all are in the
Sprinks is saying that their French soldiers would be camped out there to get German men.
All right, writer.
Right?
What if it was an old man, a 5-year-old, and a guy in a wheelchair with one leg, and they jump them?
still gonna get executed by the German army.
It's right on their captured border. So
This is behind the front line, right?
Okay.
This is an
oh, this
occupied
was the
this
occupied land.
Occupied.
Yeah.
this is an
So
occupied French
no
territory.
no
This is
trap
behind the
Sprinks.
front line.
Safe territory.
It's already been cleared out and checked.
Yeah. Uh,
Okay.
and then
Well, then that
there.
also helps.
Okay, cool. Happy to improve the film.
Yeah, I'm
Thumbs
like,
up.
oh, what if it is a trap? What if there's guys there? And it's like, oh, it's already been checked out. And it's all fine. It's like, oh, okay, never mind.
Thumbs up. Yeah, happy to help the film. Let's see.
Glasses, no.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
glasses. No.
he got done in with the fake blood.
Yeah. Artillery strike hit their truck directly, which was fucking impressive, even if it was luck. I do like that we get like a sign of like the French POWs walking past the German army.
Uh,
Um, and then once artillery shells start raining down them, they don't necessarily scatter, but they also had to hide because they're victims of their own artillery. So
Also, Cat was able to drag 2 bodies. Pretty strong
Cat's a
guy.
manly man.
Yeah.
Pretty
he's a
spry for a man in his
macho
60s.
man. Yeah, that's why they put him on the front line.
Um,
Also, this was all
oh, also
artillery fire, so the French are blind
man,
during
you
this
should. Okay, let me
part, right?
let me read you my notes here
Couldn't
just
hear you.
for sorry. You first, Springs.
Okay, I would say this is all artillery fire from the French, so it's blind fire, right? They
Yes.
can't
Yeah.
exactly. Okay. So in that case, how? I mean, I guess it's rule number one: get down, lay down. But seeing drag two guys that they didn't get up and try to assist to get it further into safety and cover. It's not like they'd pop their heads out and get shot.
So
Yeah.
it's for like shrapnel.
Uh,
Lower to the
Yeah.
ground,
that's true. I
you're
mean,
less
yeah,
likely to get hit with
Yeah.
shrapnel.
Yeah.
yeah,
In a realistic version of this scene, there would be shrapnel going everywhere, and they would have showed blood from the impact of shrapnel,
yeah.
and
Concrete
also the
pieces.
explosions would have kicked up a lot more.
Yeah, the trucks I'm sure would explode rather than just
Yeah.
stop and puff into smoke.
Yeah. The pyrotechnics are hilarious, but they still get the job done.
Yeah, in my notes I wrote flee from the practical effects.
Yeah. That's funny. All right. So I'm gonna read my notes. I'm gonna read my note on this verbatim because I found it pretty funny. The Germans wish they had this many trucks. This is true. They're mostly a horse-drawn army. Even that's true even in World War II. So to say they don't have trucks, but just the constant use of them, just pointing it out. Uh, our artillery shell hits their truck. Only two of them go down. Uh, Cat takes off his helmet, the stupid fucker. I'm not gonna believe the real Cat would do this in a second. And then
It
that was my noting specifically for
it
the
is the
scene.
way. All right.
Yeah, I mean, the trucks. I'm guessing the trucks they do have are the infantry trucks to take the wounded because they have the
Yeah,
the
yeah,
cross
there were
one.
some medical trucks
Yeah,
afterwards.
most trucks were relegated to,
You wouldn't
uh,
exactly put a body over the back of a horse and it's like take it to the
yeah,
bandage room.
m-
Or
yeah, most trucks were relegated to wounded. It was mostly a horse-drawn army for most of their technology. I think it's mixed for infantry. Infantry was just told to fucking walk and on foot and stuff like that. Um, so I just pointed out as a mine. It's one of the few things I think this movie gets wrong slightly, which is that the overuse of trucks. Um, but
okay,
it's only a minor thing. So
Yeah, because they at least did show a lot of horses as well,
yeah,
so it wasn't like too
they do
one
a good job.
sided.
Yeah, they show a lot of horses as well. I
Uh,
think it's in this shot as well that we have a
Plastic
really
horse.
yeah, really terrible looking plastic horse that doesn't look real at all.
It's horrible.
yep,
I
I
wrote
did
that
catch
one
that.
down.
It looked very weird.
Yeah.
Also, I think this is the scene where a puff of smoke and the dude does the front flip.
Oh,
Yes.
look, I look at that. I didn't even try. I didn't trust anyone else to catch it, so I time stamped it in my notes. There is one really bad horse corpse at around 1 hour, 48 minutes, and 50 seconds.
Yeah, we all got it. It's very obvious. It's
Yes.
It
its neck
was
and head were floating above the
yeah, it
ground and
wasn't
not
it was
lying down.
reflective. That's what like light was
It was just
bouncing
so
off of it,
stiff.
Yeah. He's just lying there. Just yeah.
which doesn't make sense.
Uh,
They've had actual live horses in this film.
TV budget. They only had it for a certain day and realized they needed to film this afterwards and thought it would probably be good to use a horse. And then their budget for using horses were out.
I say nay.
Well, it is expensive to keep renting
That's
animals.
true.
That's great. They charge hourly,
Six
or at
million can
least they
only go
do
so far.
now. I don't know if they charged hourly in the '70s, but they do that now.
As long as they charge hourly to drain Amazon of all their money, I'm okay with that.
Well, not if they keep killing horses. I don't remember what class's name was.
I don't know Glass's name.
His name is Albert.
Oh,
No,
no,
no.
no. Albert was the amputee.
No, no, right,
Uh,
right. Bomber and Albert's the other injured
was it
one.
Peter? There was a
No,
Peter
Glass
and
is
a
the one who
Chad.
did again and again and kept falling.
No, no.
So
So someone died.
Data's
No,
the
no.
farmer.
I don't. Hold on. So
Albert's the one who wanted the gun.
Yeah,
yes. I have Albert and Bomber are injured. There is actually someone who died. I don't remember who that was.
yeah, that's classes.
Yeah, I have him in notes as glasses too. So
Yeah, they didn't even take his body. They just left him
Well,
by the truck.
oh, they were getting bombed.
I mean, yeah. Leave the dead. We'll get him later. Got to worry about ourselves first. they end up in a Catholic church because they're being cared for,
Yes, they get
and
taken away, and they give
we find
Bomber
out.
a sack of breaded cheese, and he goes, "Bread, cheese, oh!"
Cheese grommet.
He's so happy. He's like,
There's
"Oh!"
crackers about cheese.
Yeah, and I think that's well, it's a gift from Cat, and that makes sense because Cat's good at finding food, and I think this is the point in the war where food starts getting a little scarcer.
Yes.
Yes, no double portions and sausages.
Not anymore.
All right, and now the worst line in the film. What's the dead room? What type of question is that?
Oh, just
What's the dead
the
room?
the bearded guy is just like, "Oh, take him to the dead room."
Yeah, and Paul's like, "What's the dead room?" There's only so many things that could mean.
Sorry, Bomber lost his brain cells when he got hit with the artillery shrapnel. You didn't see it, but
What's the dead room? Oh, that's actually the arcade room. It's quite fun in there. What? Bonkers.
What's the dead room? Oh, apparently they grow vegetables in there.
Yeah,
they
it's
we
the
found out the
greenhouse.
rules of how this hospital functions because the dead room and the taking of the
Well,
clothes thing is the theme here, I
this
guess.
hospital doesn't show much. It shows basically one room and then Bomber kind of walking around at places. But
Yeah. It doesn't
Yeah,
show
we
much,
don't
but
see the dead room.
Bomber narrates everything else that we would
Yeah,
need to know about it.
we
So
get a thorough understanding of this place.
yeah, it's maddening. Dude tries to
true,
stab himself in the night with a fork.
that is true.
Yeah, I couldn't tell
Well,
what that was. I thought he was punching himself.
yeah.
And then that one video I watched with the reviews, like he stabs himself in front. Oh, okay, that makes more
Well,
sense.
Bomber I think
There's just
screams it. He's like,
punching
he's trying
himself.
to kill himself with
He's
a
trying to kill
fork.
himself. Oh, I didn't hear the fork part. I guess
Yeah,
Well,
he
at
does
least,
scream out
yeah,
at
at
it.
least he used a fork and not a spoon.
Yeah, it's a step
he's
up.
spooning himself.
Well, no, a spoon would hurt more.
I think this part shows has one of my favorite lines. It says, "A hospital alone shows what war is."
No.
Yeah.
I like that line. Good line.
Also, whoever
Why didn't
this
you just leave him alone?
head bandaged guy next to Balmer is, I don't recognize him. Is he another one of his buddies?
No,
Or
Oh,
just
the guy that has like one speaking line.
yeah, the guy who like throws a shoe or something at the door.
No, I think he's just there.
Okay,
just there.
I'm like, I don't recognize this no name, even though I guess his
Yeah, I would
Yeah,
be
name's
'cause that's
correct.
above
We've
him.
exactly
never
what he is.
But
exactly. He's a no name. Correct. Uh, let's see.
there is a detail I noticed, which I do appreciate. When Balmer walks into, well, there's the guy who's trying to stab himself with this fork, and his name's over the chalkboard, but no one erases the name. And then the next day,
Okay.
when Balmer goes in to talk to Albert, the name is changed to someone else in the bed, and it's only in like two little frames. And I thought that was a nice detail that the name has been changed to someone else.
Good catch. Didn't notice that.
Cool. Um,
Albert's depressed. He's been amputated. For some reason, the nun thinks having Paul talk to him would make it better.
I mean, he's your friend. Theoretically, if anyone can get to him, it would be you. But the nun gives horrible advice.
It's terrible. Absolutely terrible.
Like,
Well,
you've
doesn't
been
she say
here
like,
how many years?
yeah? Doesn't she say, "Oh, he's been amputated. It'll just take 2 days." He's
It happens.
yeah.
Yeah. I
I'm
don't know.
surprised they didn't do any like religion. Like oh, with the Lord above, or comment on any of that. Like no prayer or anything. They just said like more doctoral stuff from the nun when there's
Um,
doctors present too. It's
I guess I don't think it really needs to have any pair stuff.
well, I don't think so. I just think it would have been better. I mean, again, I guess this is a question for the if it was in the book. I just think it would be better delivered coming out of a nun in that form than the nun giving you know medical advice.
I mean, they were nurses at this point, so I don't think
No,
it's too out there that she was talking like that.
Well,
Just her advice itself sucked.
um, I guess 50-50. Yes, it sucked for the reason she was a nun.
Um, I did like Paul's observation on Albert saying that he's obviously jealous, but he's guilty about being jealous, which I like. It's
So do
observant.
I.
It's human
Yes, very
above all,
human.
because
And then,
most
like I said,
people
that
don't feel good about being jealous.
yeah, and that's like I said, that's what this version of All Quiet on the Western Front really focuses on. It pulls on that humanity. So,
Ryder, you really got me
um,
interested in seeing the other versions. I
well,
mean,
good.
the way you're talking about them is just,
Good. I'm happy. That's that's all I can hope for.
and hopefully that can pass around to the audience as well. If for some reason, if this 1979 version's the only one you've seen, maybe, or you've seen the other ones and haven't, who knows? But
Yeah. Um. Let's see. I think. Yeah. So I like that as well. Let's see. Yeah. I have my notes here. Just fucking nurse's advice was terrible. It's just. Uh. Uh. I like his longer description of like where he gets so used to moving around on crutches that he knows where like the amputees are, the types of injuries are, like the head injuries, the foot injuries, the hand injuries, like how organized the hospital is. I do like that as well in his narration.
Mhm.
Um, but I think that's all I got for the this scene. So
that's all I have too. And then this is the end of Albert. Just no,
Uh,
I'm not going to get you a
visually,
gun, and he's done.
yeah,
he's
yeah,
brought up later, but last time we see
yeah,
him.
only mentioned. Yeah, it's just the stuff with Albert's pretty decent. The last conversation is also decent as well. Like the bomber's actor, just the way the realization just sinks into his facial features and his expression is really nice. Good job. Man can act.
Yeah, he's seeing his friend die before his eyes. Uh,
Then he goes home.
but is it really home?
But is it really
Not
home?
to him. Not to Balmer. He
Not
writes a whole
anymore.
letter about it,
Um,
which gave me that feeling of something. Well, how do I word this? Uh, Crimson, it reminded me of another film about someone being institutionalized.
Uh, that's
That
pretty
writer
broad.
has not seen.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah,
okay. Just gonna
yeah,
shrug at that.
I can
Yeah,
see those parallels
I mean
or
this is
comparisons.
this is not as depressing as that, but yes.
Yeah.
Um,
And sorry,
so
audience, I'm trying to keep it cryptic because writer has not seen it. I don't want to spoil it.
just
Just so you
shrugging.
know.
Yeah, this is like, I don't know how that helps the audience. I can mute myself and you guys can talk
I
about
can
it.
tell the
Nah,
audience it's in
it's
the
all right.
future, if that helps.
Uh,
Uh, all right. So back up. Uh, his sister. I wish we got to see more of his sister because he.
She's in what, two
Go.
scenes? She's
Yeah, the
sitting at a
dinner
desk
table
and
and
has no line,
welcome.
and then
Yeah.
yeah,
she
So
acts
I
the hell out of that
wish we
dinner
saw
table
more.
scene though. Like the worry in her eyes and the unease. She does a good job with what little time she has. But I do wish there was more.
Because we got both his parents' point of view on him in general in the war, I suppose, to some degree,
His father's a
especially towards the
patriot.
father.
Yeah.
Uh, but the sister, we don't really get anything. She's happy he's back, and that's it.
does she have a
He,
name?
uh, sister,
Yeah,
I,
okay.
I don't know. Uh, but he leaves them all behind because his real home is on the lines. And I wish he had at least more of a connection with his sister because just she felt sidelined. I feel like she should have been somewhat impactful to him, which she wasn't. But that just might be me. I don't know. About you guys?
Um, I think like yeah, I just wish they did more with her. It's kind of in the same boat, I guess. I don't really. there's enough for us to get a grounding of who she is a little bit, but it's not. We don't get much more than the understanding of that she's Bomber's sister. Or she is Bomber's. Yeah.
I think a conversational piece with Balmer and the sister would have been far better than Balmer sitting outdoors at a pub talking to three random old guys.
Well, that was there for a very particular reason.
That was,
Yeah, that one's there for a reason. So
Uh, Definitely would have liked to see a sister scene.
I want to show
Uh,
off my soldier boy.
yeah, his
yeah.
yeah. Uh, I like that he doesn't like the hat. When he goes outside, it's a nice little note. Um,
Oh yeah, he's
yeah,
not wearing
yeah.
You
Like
still
he
want
tries
the
it
rough
on
boy.
and takes it off. Yeah.
it. I will say that's a cool shot in the movie. It's an interesting fine shot of him looking into the camera but through a mirror when he's trying the
Yeah.
hat
Or,
on.
I guess. I don't remember him looking at the camera, but
Yeah.
I kind of like that. Uh, I think it was this scene that I realized that the mother and father were on opposite ends in terms of their reactions. Like the father's very, very patriotic about the war. Uh, but he want trying to figure out best to describe this. With his father, he isn't shying away from like the uniform and military. Okay, so with his mom, he's like telling her to her face and lying about how horrible things are at the front. Like she's telling her he is telling her how he's okay, and that everything's all right. It's all exaggerated. Whereas with the father, he is shying away from the military uniform a bit. Um, and I kind of view those as a bit of opposing, so it kind of makes me feel like the mother and father have not necessarily differing views, they just have bring different perspectives on the war. So,
uh, yeah. I mean, the mom clearly she doesn't want him to go back, and if he does, take a safe role or position. The
yeah,
father, I get the vibes that he doesn't really much care if his son goes back because it's all for the
the fatherland.
fatherlands. So I agree. They're opposing in that regard.
Mhm. Um, I like the when the dad is talking about the war and proceedings, like he's trying to talk about the bigger picture and how that the Germans need to flank around and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's easy.
Um,
Just flank around.
yeah, it's like I guess his dad doesn't know that trench lines stretch all the way from the sea to fucking Sweden or Switzerland.
There's only so
Uh,
much land.
yeah, pretty much. So there is a point where early on in the war where they realized they were getting bogged down in trenches, they raced north to see who can get around and outflank them first, but it just involved in making more trench lines that stretched all the way to the English Channel because both armies tried to do that relatively at the same time.
Eh, Yeah, so we get one of the old guys saying that Paul has his own little section, but there's a greater war, and you need to think about the bigger picture, which is just funny because this guy knows absolutely nothing,
Yep.
which is kind of the whole point there, the showcasing.
Hmm.
I found it.
It's kind
Yeah,
of like it's why Bomber immediately tunes out the conversation.
it was an
Yeah,
interesting line, or I guess just to me, in the time we're in, of them going, "Oh, that's old, outdated
it's 50
infantry.
years ago.
Yeah, modern war now." And I'm like, "Modern war of 19, the teens. Interesting. Back in
Yep,
my day when
that that was modern warfare to them. Yeah, it's kind of it's that's why it's been very interesting for me to do my Civil War United States dive because I've been researching a lot into that in the past few months because that's kind of inspired another little potential mini series of D&D that I want to write or run a campaign for. So
ooh, fun. Back in
yeah,
my
What
Black
day, we had
Powder.
to count the arrows in our quiver." All right, Grandpa.
what war was the 1870 thing that guy was referencing, by the way, or
Uh,
whatever that was? Because I that year didn't really pop to my mind to anything.
1870s in Germany,
is that
Yeah,
what?
or involving the
like
Germans.
That's what the
Uh,
guy brought up. That was the
I
whole 50-year
Did he
thing.
say did it involve Germans or was it just a war that occurred during the time?
100%. I just know it's some sort of conflict in 1870, and I couldn't think of any.
Well,
I
the
don't know if the Germans had
Franco-Prussian
some sort of
War.
revolution or
The Franco-Prussian War or Franco-German War, often referred to in France as the War of 1870, was a conflict between the Second French Empire and the North German Confederation led by the Kingdom of Prussia, lasting from the 19th of July 1870 to January of 1871. The
pretty short.
conflict was the conflict was caused primarily by France's determination to reassert its dominant position in continental Europe.
yeah, I
Yeah.
knew that.
That's what I'm here for.
All 3 of us clearly knew that. That writer
Yeah,
just said that without reading
I
it off of
totally
the
did
internet.
not just read off a wiki page. What are you talking about?
No,
Clearly not.
you read it off of your notes.
The French German Prussian War of 1870 to 71. Obviously.
Yeah. Um,
The more you know.
that would be the last time the Germans fought the French in an all-out war, though. So I guess that's a very good use of example.
They did their
Ooh,
research.
okay. I guess to go forward a little here. Do you think Paul's a good person for lying to Franz's mom about how he died?
With how adamant I wouldn't say he's good or bad, but with how adamant she was, I think he should have told her.
Oh, he should have told her the truth. I'm in that camp.
I think a couple times lying is okay, but once she's like, "Swear on everything you hold dear," and all that stuff, I'm like,
She's like, just
"Alright."
please tell me the truth. That's it. That's all I really want to know the truth. It's like, just tell her. At this point, she's kind of expecting to hear that it's not what you're saying anyway.
Plus, with Franz, his death wasn't, like, super brutal. He wasn't, like, gassed or on fire or anything.
No,
He
he
he took
wasn't
some
freaking Two
shrapnel, lost a
Face. I mean,
leg,
he
and
was,
died to infection, I guess is what
yeah.
did him in. So, it's bad, but it's not, like, horrendous to where she's like, "Oh, man, I wish you didn't tell me that." So, I think by the end where she's like, "Swear on everything," I think he should have told her.
Yeah, he didn't get fully Lieutenant Dan. Even that's
I'm indifferent. Um, I definitely see what you guys are saying, so I'm like I agree. But I'm the reason I'm indifferent is because he's also wants to preserve the image of his friend and his mother, and his
Which is
friend's
counter
mother.
because she knows he's lying, so he's
No,
torturing her by not telling her.
she's not. She doesn't know she's lying. That's the whole thing. She just feels he's lying.
Well, she pushed on him so hard that
Yeah,
I
she's
took it
adamant.
heavily
She's
implied that she
adamant. Like
knows.
she's trying to get for the truth from him. She's adamant
I
about
think
it. She
him
certainly
finally
suspects.
swearing and on everything sacred and everything, like up to the point she does believe him then, because all the things and he's still telling the same thing. But the fact that we know that it's a lie, I
Yeah,
think that that makes Paul not the greatest person.
Yeah, I don't see it as a good or bad person thing
yeah.
because his intentions are good, so
True.
I don't think
Also,
that's
I don't know if it's
makes
just
him bad.
I mean, it's also him not like holding back tears or crying or like, trying to force a false truth onto her because when he last saw her was at the train station and she said, "Take care of him."
Yeah. And I mean, mad respect for him going to pay to tell his mom, that her son is dead, assuming she had know already.
Yeah, didn't get telegraph or something.
Unless she called to meet him. Or
No, I feel no. Bomber would have
I
gone over
think
there
that was his
himself.
own action. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, Bomber would have gone over there himself. Yeah, I don't think it makes Bomber inherently evil. It's just a bit of gray.
Oh, not evil. I would no, no.
You
Well,
said
he
it
said
makes
he
him a
was a
bad
bad
person.
guy, so
Well, I think it's a bad decision. At that point, like swearing on things that aren't true when she's expecting to hear this not true like not good thing. It's just
But why? Well, I mean, like if you're swearing on that, you're still sparing her regardless, though. That's the point of it. That's why that. What doesn't necessarily make him a bad person. It just makes him. It just makes it gray. It's muddled.
he said
okay.
something like that.
Okay, I see it more
Well,
black and white of like
yeah.
truth or lie, but okay.
Sorry, Mr. Captain America lover. I'm sorry, I'm trying to introduce
It's
gray over
okay. It's
here,
okay. It's okay.
but
It's okay. I can settle with what you mean. Got it.
okay. Um, let's see. And then I like that he visits his teacher too, and
But
I kind of
promised
like.
not to come back if he wasn't.
Oh yeah, foreshadowing.
Yep.
Nice, neat.
This is pretty much him accepting this is his last time here.
Yeah, I would have, like I said, I do have some comments on the scene that not necessarily I would change, but I would add on like stuff that Bomber would might say before he accepts to make that promise. Like, being blatantly honest is like, I don't think any of us are coming back, whether I promise this or not. That sort of thing.
Wasn't what's the tagline of the movie? Did you write that down? It was it's on the poster. It's they left as boys, never to come back as men. I think, or something along those lines.
Oh yeah, yeah,
No,
yeah.
I didn't read that.
They they mm, they returned. They left as boys and returned as
Or I think never to return as men.
broke. n- No,
Or
no, they returned as men, but it was like they returned as like broken
okay. Well, I'm
shells
sure the
of
tagline could also be
people.
different from each version.
That's also pretty fair. It's been
So,
um. He goes to his teacher and they reminisce.
well, even the teacher doesn't
And
know who half these people are.
well, the teacher actually, he still remembers names and stuff like that, especially when he's prompted, at least.
I thought there was one he said, and he goes, I don't remember that one.
Yeah, I mean, he's honest when he doesn't remember, but he's the one sending kids off every year to the
That's
front.
true. And it is easier with, physically seeing Balmer. I mean, he sees him and goes,
Yeah,
oh, Paul Balmer, hey.
Also, you can't expect a teacher to remember every student they've
No,
taught.
absolutely not.
yeah.
I don't remember all the students in my class, and that's just one class.
Well, Crimson, you're not a teacher.
Still, you interact with classmates.
I like that Bomber gets angry in the scene, but he still keeps himself reined in.
Yeah, I mean, he totally could have lashed out on him, but he didn't.
Very reined in. I like it, but you can still see that he's angry.
Yeah,
Um,
and the teacher's kind of like the old guys that we just had that talk with, where
yeah,
they have
they
a
just think
they don't
all's
understand.
going well.
Yeah, just proud.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're proud to think all's going well.
Well,
Because all,
yeah, that's what Paul tells Franz's mom, right? She's like, the gas and the fire. And he goes, just talk.
oh, those are rumors.
Just talk.
yeah.
They haven't come out with the
Um,
Flickr shows yet that show the news. It's just talk.
I like that Bomber's mom gives him advice and tells him to avoid French girls. It's funny because he already broke that.
Too little, too late.
Yep. And then he settles on the job of the idea of a cooking job, which I think is a reference to something that happens in the books and another version of this show that I can't spoil. But it is a nice neat detail here that they kind of bring it up as a suggestion for Bomber.
Oh,
I think it's the closest idea we're gonna get to something else that's not done in this movie. um, let's see.
How is the spirit? There's no spirit. I can't say that, but
Yeah, that's the
such
whole.
enthusiasm by that teacher.
Crimson, the
Yeah.
spirit of this movie is a plastic horse.
Uh,
Uh, Also, him walking around town now, far less populated. There is
yep,
not that many people walking around.
yep.
Well, I guess it's a good
Uh,
attention to detail.
Yeah.
that's true. Um, when he's going through all his drawings, I wrote this down as a post-mortem note. Pretty sure one of those drawings is of Cat and his wounded leg.
Well, that wouldn't make sense.
Uh,
Exactly.
I
But
don't
it
know if that
looks
was
I don't
cat
know if
though.
that's true.
it looks
I
exa-
know.
it looks pretty fucking
Yeah, you're talking about
close.
the second one he pulls out of the folder. I know which one you're talking
Yeah.
Yeah,
about.
it looks pretty fucking
Um,
close. Yeah. I whether it's him or not, it's just pretty
Is it
close
with a
to
wounded
like
leg?
it's with a wounded leg. It's pretty close, is all I'm saying.
I mean, he does have a drawing of cat, but
Oh yeah,
I don't think
yeah.
that one is one.
Like I said, it just looks like cat.
Yeah, it's similar.
It is an older, rounder soldier holding up a wounded leg. So it looks very much like cat. I'm not saying it is, because obviously some other older soldier could be fucking wasted and dying, and he just drew that. But it's just given what Cat's wound is later on, I think it's a little too close for my liking.
Okay. I'm in agreement. If it is supposed to be cat, then yes, it's a bit
Well,
probably.
I don't think it's supposed to be Cat. I just think he looks too close to Cat.
Well,
That
it's
I
not.
draw the
Yeah,
connection.
it's not art department, right? Are these drawings like taken from, I
It
don't know,
could,
concept art, and they're
Well,
like,
it
oh,
could
we
somebody
just
had to
put.
draw them.
I mean, yeah,
yeah, it could be the concept art from the movie and stuff,
and they
and they
just
just
threw
threw
them
it
in a
in there.
folder.
Yeah,
Didn't double check
not.
it, or I mean,
I
that's
mean,
something. Then that falls onto editing. You can just easily edit that he didn't look at that image. If it's like, hey, we can't reshoot it because of budget, you just cut that out.
That's way too much assuming. It's
I mean,
yeah,
completely.
yes, that,
yeah. It's definitely a
but
minefield. That one.
it's a
I'm just my
possibility.
note here is it just looks like Cat.
Okay,
And I view that as a minor problem.
if
Doesn't
it's
break
not,
anything.
totally
Just
fine.
pointing
If
it
it
out.
is, boo.
Um,
Let's see.
he doesn't find the joy of drawing that much anymore, and the has no meaning in the books anymore. All he sees now is killing and the war.
It's all he understands. It's his life.
It's been beaten into it,
Um.
He's a different person.
literally.
Yeah.
Um, when he was talk writing down like uh it pains me to say this, but this isn't the home where I have to go home or whatever. Like, that's a terrible thing to say. Why would you do that? And then he rips it. I'm like, okay, all right,
Yeah,
you you saved it for me.
but where did he put
if
that
you
scrap? Can't
burn
they
it,
just
Probably
piece it
burned
all
it.
together? Oh, okay.
Probably burned
they
it.
don't show that.
They don't show that. I
Um,
the thing is, we just know that his mom didn't get it.
yeah, he backtracked, thankfully.
So
Um.
rather than meaning, harsh words in a piece of paper, it was just, oh, he just disappeared in the
See,
night.
would see that more of him being bad Sphinx than him lying to the other person.
I mean,
Him
it's
telling
still a
his
form of,
family this
yeah,
isn't home anymore.
it's still a means
I
of
think
being
that's
mean.
worse.
Comparing the two, sure, that is more people he actually loves and is related to. I will agree. But being the fact that it's an act of both of his character to this point, he's not a nice guy. And maybe it's because he's
I
just got,
think you're being way too judgy.
no,
Yeah,
yeah.
you're on the judgy end there, Springs. I'm sorry.
Because the first one, lying to Fran's mom, that is not a malintent thing.
It
That is
go.
good intentioned. I'm lying to spare her. Here, it's more just getting stuff off his chest. So I see that
Yeah,
more
I
as
mean,
more
yeah,
of a
it can
negative
be
light.
seen as like a therapeutic journal entry.
Yeah. The only instance that I think I really buy into him not being a nice person is him listening to the French person dying for hours.
Oh, we already covered that.
Yeah, but like I said, I've already said that in line of character for me. So,
I
um,
mean, it's definitely a character change, which is accepted. I accept it. It works
Hey, we're
well
seeing
of
progression.
from the start of the film of this, young youthful boy to the end here,
yeah,
where he
which
kind
is
of
the
takes on the role of cat in a sense. Like he's the one looking out at
eventually
everyone and
yes,
making sure everyone's doing,
he,
checking in.
yeah, he's the one checking in on all the younger kids coming in after him. Um,
It's
I
never
think
explained what age cat joined, did it? Well, never mind. Cat.
no,
The war at by the time that Paul joins in, the war's gone on for what, like 6 months or something.
I'm trying to
So
think, how long can one be in the German army? Like not just for war. Like,
no,
did Cat
well, I mean,
join at Paul's age and just stayed with it?
and he stayed up private that whole fucking time. That's a problem.
Yeah, I mean,
no ambition, no promotions. Um, I guess we don't know, but
No, we don't know. I
it's
don't know if that's just
possible.
like something like
Yeah.
to show at the end
Yeah.
here that now Paul's kind of taken up the role of
He didn't
Cat.
enlist because of the war. He was already in the
Yeah,
military.
it's a thought,
Possible,
which would explain his age, I guess. But
but not his rank.
no.
Mhm. And then he goes back to the front and finds out Mueller died,
Oh,
Oh
and
and the boots
no!
are
a
and the
payoff of
boots
the
passed along
boots.
again.
He gave permission.
Yep. Um, it's interesting that he meets Cat first, and they have a warm union before he goes to the rest of the boys. Because obviously, Cat's more of a character,
Well,
so
He also greets the
yeah, I
recruits.
think
You know,
yes, it's normal.
I think Paul's closest companion in this whole film is Cat,
Yes.
easily. Even though he said,
or portrayed through the
uh,
film, it's Cat.
yeah, because he said Albert was his best friend.
Yeah, but they have far less time.
They have
Yeah,
far less screen time together. And then he reunites with
Um,
the boys, finds out Mueller died, and painful wound. Was dying for hours, and someone got his boots.
yeah, I guess this falls in just to a question I have: how long was Paul's leave?
He says
um,
16 days.
Oh, he says okay. It's a line
oh,
I did
that's
not
right,
write down.
to leave. Yeah,
It is
I
a
was thinking
line.
the recovery. I'm
Is
like,
that
that was one of the
including?
to leave.
Yeah, is that also
No,
including the recovery? Okay,
no, that is not including the recovery.
because
We
that
don't
was
Because
really have a
recover
time
probably
frame
a
on
good
the
we
month.
don't have we don't have a time frame for recovery, but we do know that when he returns to the front at this point, we have roughly 6 months to the end of the war. So presumably recovery was about, yeah, I'm gonna guess maybe 8 months.
Okay,
Yeah,
to
8 months
GG.
to a year
Okay,
would probably fit that time.
he's never on a
Because he
splint, is he?
was there for 3.5. Splint,
I mean, there's no
I
cast or
don't think
splint around his leg, right? They
so.
just give him crutches.
Well, presumably he had a cast on when he was stuck in bed.
I
True.
don't know. May-
Where he
Hopefully,
wears covers,
maybe it
so
was
Yeah.
bandaged, but yeah.
Whether he did or not, obviously he wasn't walked around until he could walk around.
Yeah.
Um, and then I think after that is we're back to No Man's Land. Uh, uh
flamethrowers.
Oh,
Two
Flamethrowers.
yeah.
We
This
got our
is the range on the French artillery did not make sense to me. Of how
Um,
because we don't. Well, okay. So let me back it up here. When um when Paul is carrying cats from the moment of the first artillery strike all the way to the church with the medical where he gets the news, how far of a distance is that? It's never exactly shown because it cuts, but what do you think the
uh
range from
yeah.
start to end is?
And those
I
fire over a mile, right? The artillery stuff.
yeah.
Because
So I mean the
The
nearest
heavy
towns
artillery, the big Berthas.
yeah.
the nearest French towns that like are behind the German lines can easily be shelled by French artillery. And then they have French artillery directly on the trenches as well. The idea is you want to shell their supply line as well as the positions that they're occupying. You want to attack both.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. What doesn't make sense to me is the fact that it's from where they start up to the point where they end, it's still artillery being hit. So I don't know
And
the
it's
distance
walking
there.
distance.
Well,
So
true, but they did take breaks.
yeah, and we don't know definitively. All we get shown is that it is within range. So I don't
Okay,
know.
I
so it
mean,
should be judged
I could.
wiphin range then, and not
It's
the
Since we
fact
have
there's
that
nothing
it's
to
like
compare, that's
Yeah,
all
like
we have.
if we were given the accurate French artillery positions for that particular day, I would be able to tell you whether they're in range or not. But I can't.
okay.
So
I'm like the artillery's not
presumably they're in
moving.
range.
They're not moving the artillery up. So
They do
They do
actually.
that, yeah.
They do that. Yeah,
oh,
they move the French artillery up behind their lines as they move forward, and they push them back as their lines move
okay, so
back.
it's a possibility then. I mean,
Yeah.
this takes place
It
all
could
in
also
one
be
day.
planes as well, right? Those
Uh,
were around.
Yes, planes are dropping bombs, but not to the degree that, like you're thinking of like in World War II maybe.
I mean, I agree. It's another possibility. It's
And
just the
Cat
fact that it's
even
not
brings it
shown.
up before he gets
Yeah.
hit. So
Yeah. It's also important to note that, they're getting new guns because America's joining the war.
yeah.
Yeah, but they never show a plane in this part of the artillery of carrying cats.
Do they? I don't think they show any planes in the sky at all, right?
They
We
show
only
the
we only get
silhouette,
the shadow. Yeah, we only get the
yeah,
silhouette. Yeah.
which could just be a cutout. I mean, who knows what that is?
Let's see. So yeah, Cat says they have no horses. The barrels are worn down, so they're shooting themselves essentially. There's French tanks. The Americans have joined, and there's more planes than before. So that was a lot going against the Germans at this point.
Yep. Is the worst the last 1917 to the end of the war is pretty shit for the Germans.
Yep.
Um, I think a little before that, Tachin ladies' man's death, uh, as well as the death of their British lieutenant. uh, Good act of bravery on the British lieutenant to kind of get in range to shoot the flamethrower Frenchman, even though he got shot and then killed by a machine gun fire. Uh, Kinda dumb on ladies' man's part to immediately run out and try to grab him.
Yeah, I find that
Oh
really
yeah, that
bad
was.
considering this has been like 3.5 years
Yeah, they were
almost.
3.5 years in, and I mean, like, yeah, I guess adrenaline can get to your head, because I mean, they don't want to get burned alive, but that threat's been removed, so just stay put and don't die to machine gun fire.
So that was just not very
But what I
good.
do, yeah, what I do like from that continuing point on in the scene is when Paul, slams his helmet against the mud, and then listens to the machine gun fire to angle his grenade.
Paul, 100% accuracy on his grenades. We see him throw like three in this movie, and they're all perfectly placed.
He's had practice. It's been
Yeah, he's
Three and a
had
years.
half
3 years
years
of
of
it.
practice.
Yeah, he played Call of Duty 3. He knows where to put his potatoes.
He cooks them too, man.
He does.
Uh, let's see. But yeah, and then we get to Cat and Bomber off to get food.
Yeah.
Um,
So I guess my question is, where did Cat's head wound come from?
I
Because
haven't
that's
the
that's
slightest.
what killed him.
Yes, the I haven't the slightest. My best guess is a shrapnel.
From where and
I
when?
The
mean,
I mean,
bomb.
is
there
it
were a lot
from?
of explosions going on
Okay,
around them.
I get.
So
Okay,
It could have been any artillery
it had
attack,
to be when
but
he
the
was
problem is the
carrying him.
artillery is replaced by pyrotechnics.
Yeah, it had to be when he was carrying him because he drops him down, does the smoke thing. They're talking, and then he carries him in, and by he's carrying him, you can already tell in his physique that he's dead, being carried, and
Yeah,
he
you
puts
can
him
tell
down.
he starts swaying.
Yeah, and the
Yeah.
guy says, "Oh, you wasted your time. You know, he's already passed." And he goes, "No, he was just talking 10 minutes ago." So within that time, 10 minute span, or roughly, you could go up to 12 because I'm sure Bomber doesn't have the exact time, but a piece of shrapnel while he was carrying him hit him in the head to kill him.
I mean,
yeah,
artillery was raining around them the entire
that's
time.
not
So
too wild.
Okay.
yeah, like I said, the issue that you're taking with Sprinks is that the artillery is very much pyrotechnics and not actual artillery. Like it's not like if it was actual like CGI explosive artillery that was blasting
Uh,
shrapnel
yeah,
around,
it's
I
the
think
fact that none of the actors are like stumbling around or falling over. They're just walking straight. Like stuff is going off and they're just, fine.
I don't agree with that. We see people react to explosions all the time in this.
Well, the explosions go off and they start scattering like ants. They're just like running around, but I don't see like an
he's referring to
explosion
the
and
fact that they're just like the fact that they're just walking normally through it.
yeah.
I'm assuming
There's
that's what you mean,
no
Sprinks.
there's no was it um sound waves that are affecting people. That is not apparent in this film whatsoever. The only time I guess it occurs is like if a grenade's at their feet and like
I mean,
launches them
people
or
get
whatever. But
shocked around by a lot of the explosions in this.
when it's that close. I'm just saying no one's running, an explosion goes off and like blasts, knocks someone over.
That's just budget.
Yeah.
Uh, I
And,
just I don't agree with it. So,
that's budget, and also if you're talking about just people falling over like away from an explosion, just having being reacted to it, that happens all the time in the movie.
yeah,
Oh, no, no,
that's
no, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about like,
Yeah,
oh, bombs, duck and cover. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like when, I mean, for example, he's carrying cats and horses go by, and still artillery is being fired by the French, and everyone's just like calmly going their way. Like, I guess they're desensitized to it. That makes sense, but it's not like them like getting out of the way or the horses getting spooked or like Balmer kind of fall like tripping. I mean, at this point, he's carrying a lot of weight. He's getting a little exhausted, but he's not stumbling around. And that's just for this
oh, you mean
scene.
you mean like if an artillery shell landed close enough, you want him to like have to deal with the ground shaking almost
Yeah,
from
I
the
mean,
air
I'm not
impact.
expecting camera shake of earthquake effect, but at least the actors being like they're actually being like the ground shaking around them. But I mean, the pyrotechnics is like it's always hitting a building because that's where it was placed rather than on the floor. But or they cover it up with like a crater or barrel or something in the shots.
uh,
I
I
just don't think it's realistic enough of the actors to portray walking just normally when stuff is going off.
I don't know. I thought it seemed appropriate. Have you seen any World War One footage?
Like actual World War
Me?
One footage,
Yeah, that just brings actual World War One footage.
I believe I have, yes.
Okay, and the explosions are big, but they won't cause a person from the distance we're seeing when he's carrying cat. They wouldn't have a shake from like the ground shaking or the shockwave to a noticeable degree from the range we're seeing it at. Um,
It just seemed they were too calm.
we've been shown that they're desensitized, even with the shell shock stuff. They're desensitized to it all at this point, so I'm not worried about it.
Okay.
I don't know, Ryder, your thoughts on it?
Um, I can see what you want, Springs. I'm trying to like imagine like what you could do, which would be like I'm gonna use the horses dragging the artillery piece as an example because there's pyrotechnics that go off from that, which implies that they were pretty much directly hit by artillery. Um, there's a
But the horses don't, buck or, fall over. They whine and keep going.
yeah,
Which I guess is, the horse knowing it's not real and it's just a noise, but
yeah,
can't tell a horse to
like
act.
yeah. It, I kind of get what you mean, Springs. I think that's just constrained by the time period, and it's hard for. I mean, credit to Bomber's actor. He's actually carrying the
Yes, the
cat.
cats. Yeah,
So it's hard. It would be hard for him to do that. I think in real life without them being stuntmen. If you get what I'm saying, because if they react, there's that risk of falling over.
true. I mean, carrying cat, it cuts between scenes, so we don't exactly know how many breaks he's taken, but it shows two of them. And they're very short because Cat's like, okay, we gotta go. And I guess the
Mhm.
last one we can tell was within a 10, maybe 8 to 12 minute span when they get to the ward. And but he sets down Cat and he's not out of breath. He's fine, and he just goes, oh, he's fainted. Get him some water. Where I think if you're even desensitized to the noise and everything, carrying all this weight on you on not even terrain, he'd be pretty much out of breath.
Well, he was out of breath in the scene. He's definitely sweating too.
Okay, I think that falls onto the acting. For me, at least I think. He seemed too content. Like it really was, hey, okay, this shot is go from the road inside carrying Cat. And he's like, wow, that was, a lot of weight. Rather than, hey, you just walked 3 miles. Artillery's going off crazy. Like the
But
director approach. I don't
he's
know if it
he's
was or not, but
but he's sweating and out of breath. I don't know what more you'd want from him.
I did not see him out of breath,
Okay.
or maybe not to the extent where I would have accepted it.
uh, all right. I don't really have any comment then on that. I can't really convince you of what you didn't see. So, um, we went through a lot there. So, okay.
Cat's dead.
Uh, Cat's
Sorry.
dead, more or less.
Mysterious
He
head
got
wound.
not really
No, it's
mysterious.
shrapnel. Yeah, so
It's just
what we settled
shrapnel.
on. It didn't show, is what I'm saying. It
Yeah,
just occurred. Also, he's not
yeah.
bleeding while he's carrying him. He's not like dripping blood or, I mean,
His leg is definitely bleeding more as he's carrying him. Like the
oh,
That's
bandage
true.
is
the
getting
bandage is,
bloodier.
Band
yeah.
gets more bloody.
I meant
Mm.
the head wound
Which is
when he's
a
carrying
nice
the.
detail. It's okay. I gotta describe head wounds to people. So head wounds are very interesting. If they're deep puncture wounds, you actually don't bleed all that much, unless your like head is fully fucking ripped open. It's a very very slow trickle thing. And as far as I can tell from where Bomber grabbed him, it seems to be like where your neck meets your spine is kind of where the blood was. Um,
Okay,
and I
that
think
that's a,
there's
that's a
enough for
detail
the
I didn't
uniform to
follow.
hide it.
Okay,
There's
I
enough
didn't
for the
follow.
uniform to hide it.
Okay, I didn't follow the detail of him when he's putting the head down where he's right where his hand is on correlation to cat. So
Yeah,
There's
his
also the factor was we don't know how big the shrapnel is either.
yeah.
Could
no,
be like the size of a screw,
that's true. It could have
or
been screwed straight through the head. I mean, just
yeah, we don't know
lodged in
how
the
big
brain.
the shrapnel is. So
Yeah. More
We
or less the we know at least my guess is it's not a head wound, it's a like a where the like I said where the spine meets the neck. That's kind of where I thought the wound was based on where he
that's what it looked
grabbed
like
the
to me.
that's where he grabbed the blood in his hand, which
Base of
allowed
the skull kind of
which is
area.
why he's still cognizant. And obviously he wouldn't notice that he's bleeding because he's already like he was already pretty much out of breath by the time he got wounded. So he's already feels warm, so he wouldn't feel the warm trickle of blood going over him because he could just attribute that to just I'm sweating a lot.
yes.
Oh,
Uh,
so you think he had the head or neck wound while he was still alive?
I he could for me he could have gotten it as early as the
The
first
initial.
shell. Yeah.
Interesting. I
You mean the
didn't
first shell
think about that.
that gave him the shin injury?
Yes, I think it could have been as early as that for me, and the reason for that is because his uniform also is in a place to constrain the blood, so he's not bleeding. He doesn't need to be bleed fully.
Hmm.
I suppose it's
I
possible,
don't.
but I don't know.
I
We see a
don't.
shot of the back of his head at some point, right?
A
Yeah,
couple
but like I
times.
said,
Well,
that's
It could be
why I don't
concealed.
buy it's a head injury. So
Only time I'm gonna say no is when he's sitting down and resting, and they lean their heads on each other, and Balmer's smoking. They're that close. I feel Bomber would be observant enough to know, or Cats would say something, or I mean, he's definitely in pain, but the whole time it's assumed it's the shin injury. And even, I mean, Cats is like, "Hey, okay, let's keep going." And he tries to walk, and then Bomber's like, "No, I'll carry you," kind of. So, like, they are communicating. It's not he's not
yeah,
unconscious.
and,
yeah.
and
I mean, I guess we don't know,
we
but
don't know
I
what
think it.
killed him.
I
Yeah,
think it. He just took it in that 10-minute span.
yeah. I'm for either or. Like I said, I don't really see the head injury, which is why I attribute that it's probably something a little bit lower.
I
Just
agree. Like the base of the skull or neck area. I agree.
Um, so yeah, whether he got wounded in those last 10 minutes or he got wounded earlier on, point is he got wounded. So
He's dead.
Okay,
he
Um,
dead.
on the, I think it was the second break. Yeah, second break where they're rested against the wall. Um, right after they leave, that wall gets shot up, which is interesting little detail. Don't know if you
Yeah,
guys saw that.
I did
It
not.
was quick.
the Lord hath been looking out for a bomber. I guess I don't know.
Yes, they let him live a little bit longer.
Yeah. Um. Let's see.
And
Poor cat.
I,
I wanted him to live. I wanted him to survive this movie.
well,
Yeah. It's all quiet on the Western Front,
Yeah.
so I don't have any expectations for any of these
He
characters.
wasn't part of the class, so he didn't have to die. The whole class could have died, and he would have been.
I mean, I guess it's a sign of how
Eyes.
much you like the character, right? That you don't want him to die.
Yeah.
Were you expecting like a Saving Private Ryan scene where he's at the cemetery with all their all their graves?
I don't know if you would have cared that much, but uh, I don't know.
I really like the human aspect of like they don't know each other's address. That was such a good like nugget of a scene. Love it. Chef's kiss. Beautiful. Good writing. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I think it was also a panicked bomber trying to find comfort in some aspect or form.
Oh yeah, Bomber's trying to calm himself and Cat because even Cat's worried at that point.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful. Love the scene.
Also,
One of the
bomber
funny things.
doesn't smoke,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
this is a scene of showing bomber is smoking when he tells
Yep.
his teacher twice that he doesn't. So it's somewhat like this is what broke him.
Uh,
Oh,
no, he had the
he was
pack. He already had the cigarette pack on him. So
No, he had yes, he had it on him. I'm saying this is the scene showing that he's smoking.
okay, got it. But yeah, so like it's a compounding effect that something finally broke him. And this is just another thing on top of that. So he's smoking to get rid of it
Yeah.
a little bit. Funny thing to note about this scene. You see a medical truck drive by in the background as he's carrying him to off to the side.
funny. Missed it by that much.
Yep.
Bummer.
Now we're pretty much at the end of the movie.
Yeah, I have
The
Pretty.
one
last
last
bit.
note.
All right, then you go. You take it, Sprinks. If you got
All
your
right,
last
my
note.
last note. There is no way in hell those birds would stop and sit on that branch in war.
Oh, but did you understand? It's all quiet on the Western Front.
I don't. No, absolutely no. There are more people in that trench than just Balmer. No way. Those birds would keep flying by.
Um, I
I'm fine with the fact that birds are flying throughout war, like they're not avoiding the noise and like migrating
I
around or
think
anything. That's
I think
fine.
it's quiet enough. That's because no artillery is going off. Birds are going to go anywhere they want.
I
If artillery was raining down in that moment, I would agree with you.
I found it corny
this
because
also stretches for miles, and they got to rest somewhere, right?
yeah, I found it. They could just sit on the. I don't know. I found it corny
This trench stretches off entire countries. So,
Yeah.
because this is the bookend of the film from the first interaction of Balmer drawing a bird to his last of drawing a bird.
I don't know.
Yes.
You're gonna have to work a little harder, Springs, to convince me. It's not.
A
It's
bird
not.
wouldn't sit there. That's all you need, writer. I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting complaint, I guess. I just I don't know. I guess I don't really have anything on that.
There's still noise in the background. There's still a
Yeah,
war going
but
on. You can hear
it's
it.
different. It's distant
Birds
sniper
don't
shots.
just fly away when like fireworks go off. I mean, I don't know if I can attribute this bird's actions. I don't know. I'm not a bird. I don't know what a
I
bird would
think
do.
If this bird is a local, I'm pretty sure he's used to the sound of warfare.
It's
maybe
been
I
going on
think
for
the only
years.
thing I'm trying to think
The
if
only
a
thing the
nest.
bird's
I'm
known.
trying to think if a nest was in the tree. Would it be more
Oh,
acceptable?
I don't think a nest would be in the tree. I don't. I will say this. I don't think the birds would be dumb enough to make nests in the
No, they
tree
would not make
after
a nest there.
years.
Uh,
After years of this, the ground is fucking black. That's
Yeah,
different to them. They're not. They have no experience with
This
that.
this place has been gassed probably several times. I mean, no.
then it would
So
be dumber without. Okay, I mean it. Okay,
It's better that it just lands there, takes a breather,
yeah,
goes away.
the presumption is just they're resting on the tree. That's the only way that this works, and I think that's what it's implied to be.
But you're right, it is there just for the bookend.
it's corny.
And I'm disagreeing
It
on
it,
that.
it is there for the bookend. Absolutely. I
I
won't
mean,
deny that.
Sprinks, I think you'll prefer the bird here than what happened in the first movie because I know what happens in the first movie,
Maybe I don't
the
know.
30s.
Did the
Um,
two of you have any last things on this scene in the film?
let's see.
Wait. I'm sure Ryder wrote down the entire thing he said.
I didn't, but I did take notes on it.
Darn
Um, So he pretty much his whole spiel is that the rest of the boys die off screen, and then we have the farmer boy getting caught by the military police and essentially dying off screen. And he refers to their whole class now of like of all of them like what was it like thir-
I wrote that down. 13 dead, 4 missing, 1 in a madhouse.
and then just the two of them, so him and Albert.
Yeah.
Um, and I like that the fact that he's writing to Albert because they're now the last two, and his whole home, his brothers being at the front, they're all gone now. So his home is gone.
Plus, we don't even know if Albert's alive. He could have offed himself.
That's true. So he
We
could be
don't
writing to nobody,
have
but we don't
yeah.
know that. Um, they await the armistice now because the war is nearing its end. Um, he dies on October 10th. That's when he dies in this, right?
18th.
The text
Well,
scroll pops up saying October 11th. I,
October 11th. That is
I,
exactly 1 month before the armistice in this, which is a little bit different in the books because he dies only a week from the armistice. In the
at least
books.
he's not the last guy to die. You'd hate to be that guy. You
Yeah, right.
know?
what? Looking over your body? Oh, it's the last one.
Darn it! Just
Yeah.
one more minute.
In real life, it's thought to be that an American soldier died. Was the last person who died in World War
Yeah,
One.
there was like a documentary or something
He
on that
died.
guy.
He died literally the minute before the armistice went into effect.
Yeah.
Um, and I really like how quiet the scene is. He's going along and going along the front and checking the kids and their guns, making sure, like they're checking their weapons. It's a little disturbing, but honestly, that's 100% the point. He's one of the leaders now. Um, I like that the bird starts chirping even before he settles down in his spot, so we can hear the bird in the background.
That I'm fine with. Yes.
What? I'm confused now.
Hearing the bird is fine because, as I said, the
Oh.
birds can fly over it. The fact the bird stopped was not okay with.
On a
I
scale
found that
from
corny.
1 to 10, how acceptable is the bird landing to you? 10 being absolutely acceptable, 1 being not at all.
Oh, a 4.
Wow. All right.
Like it was to rest. Okay. It's in the middle of warfare and war on the one tree that's barely standing, just so it can be a bookend of the film. Okay.
It's not the
Okay,
only
it's
tree
not
in the
the only
field.
tree. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not the only one, buddy.
It's the one that Bomber looks up and finds.
Yeah, because he heard a bird.
Yeah, because he heard a bird on it. Why else? Why else would he? Where else is he gonna look? An empty tree?
That's all right.
Um,
I like that it shows he still has some of himself still in there, even after everything he's gone through. Uh, I guess to you guys, do you think that little boost of his old self was enough to warrant him forgetting about poking his head out after all this time? I think it's good for the story perspective, but do you think that's something he would have done at this stage?
To pop his head up.
Yeah.
I think he's more okay with it in the sense that the sniper fire is distant, so it's not shots being levied at him in his direction. If that makes sense, like they're being lobbied to someone on the other part of the trench, which helps. Um,
I think he's
and I think
smarter not to. I think he would have sat down.
well, the thing is, he draws the whole thing while he's rested, and then he gets up, and then the second he gets up, looking at this drawing, that's when he gets shot.
Oh, I thought he stands up to try to get a better view.
That's what it looked like he was doing.
Well, he'd already finished the outline of the bird at that point.
Yeah, but he didn't
So
do
like
any of the detail work on it.
yeah, he didn't do any detailed work on it. So he doesn't have enough time to process the fact that he stood up, if that makes sense. So like it's something that you do, like if you're in a conversation, sometimes you start pacing, that sort of thing. He's already finished the outline of it. He gets up, like to get a just to get a different view, and before he can even process this fact he got up, he gets shot.
All right, I was
So
just
he,
curious what you guys thought on that.
so
Okay,
I
I think
mean,
he's smart
I
enough
think
not
it's
to, but okay.
okay. It's because it was so
it,
quick, but
yeah, I
it's
because it's quick,
eh.
that's why I'm okay with it. If it like was a second longer or 2 seconds longer, I would have been more annoyed. It's pretty instant.
It is. I think the thing that I'm just like on is the
The
fact
fact that
that
he
he's
set up in the first place.
no, it's the fact that he's already done this test with putting his helmet on the end of a gun to over the line and it got shot. So he knows this is a thing.
Uh,
Well,
yes,
him
that's when
being
he.
here for almost 4 years is
Yeah, I mean different circumstances, but still putting your head out. And everyone else, I mean everyone he checked on had their heads down. So this was it's the it just
it just
seemed
came down to he
uh,
got distracted. That's
yeah,
all it came down
Yeah,
to.
it's pretty much what it comes down to.
which is to me just kind of lame for an ending of this character that the whole story's on.
Man, you're really gonna love the 2022 version of this movie
Whenever I see it at some point in my
whenever
life.
you see it.
But
Um, all right, and I guess if that is, anyone have any final thoughts, or we are done?
Clenches
I
his
believe
fist.
I covered everything in my notes. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm good.
yeah. So am I. And that was all quiet on the Western Front. So I guess from that we shall move to ratings. Sprinks, you're gonna go first if you're
Oh boy.
ready.
Yeah, I can go first. Boy. Let's go with subjective. This movie was a bit boring. It was a bit slow. It was very lengthy. For 2.5 hour. Um, it was historical, and I'm not the biggest history buff. It was okay. I really wish there was more connection to characters, so you know people's names rather than it's just a face and you're like, oh yeah, that's glasses or something. It's not like 12 Angry Men where the jurors are given numbers and have no names because it plays like none of them are actually named until the very end, which I don't we already covered for two of them. But this is like they're given names in one scene and they're never said their name again. Like drinking the one guy to drink to fall asleep, like they don't call him by name. Or when they're shoot with cats and they're like going over things, they don't give names. It's like a one and done. It's like, hey, hope you know this character's name now. Which is kind of just pulls to me like not a strong connection. And the only character it's like the movie's trying to tell you about is Paul. It's like this is Paul. This is the main guy. It's like okay, I know his name because you keep saying his name over and over, and it's like that's helpful, but no one else gets that treatment. I guess if you want cats and the corporal in the background. Yeah, it was just it's okay, and I don't see it as a movie I'll go out of my way to watch again. If someone's like, "Hey, we're gonna watch this," and I go, "Okay," so it's real, right in the middle ground for me of 5.5.
Mhm.
Uh,
So that was your subjective,
that
you
was
said,
my
yes?
subjective. My objective, I think the camera work was fine, maybe a little above average. The use of zooms wasn't overused, but it was in multiple parts of the film, which is fine. I like the lining up the mirror shot of him putting on the hat. I think that was good. The clothing detail was here and there throughout the film. The accuracy of it, as the two of you covered with the helmets, wasn't on point, but I didn't catch that because not the history buff. But just the outfits throughout. I do like
Yeah.
the detail that writer you pinpoint out that he put the hat on, didn't like it. In the next scene, he's not wearing it. Uh, Crimson, were you about to say something?
No, I
I
didn't say
was
anything.
I was gonna say the uniforms are pretty distinctly accurate throughout the movie, which is outside the helmet thing. I think they did a good job.
Oh, okay. The not I meant to comment not the accuracy of the uniforms is what I caught, but the like the scene of Corporal's outfit to match the um, soldiers to then go back to the corporal in a different outfit first to then match the soldiers to show a leveling in discipline and becoming a soldier. So I like that. Um, I think the editing could have been better, but I don't know if that's on the account of the linear uh, one to one of the book, the script, which I'm sure is based mostly from the book, like one on one. So the editing I feel could have been stronger in different parts. The sound design I think is the worst thing in this movie. There's sound effects that don't match. There's sound effects that are too loud. There's sound effects that are just why. The plastic horse is an interesting prop, uh, which
Hilarious,
yeah,
but you know.
we covered that it's probably because of the expense of the other horses. Because there was like I don't know, 15 horses that went through that one scene. Um,
Shoot them.
yeah. Da, 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 da. What have not? Lighting, yes, artificial, but at least it's not spotlighted like a theater stage thing of like, ooh, the moon, and you're downcast in light. It's like dimmed high up, probably on a um, not a scale, on a rig, I guess. Um, enough where it's not pitch black, but you can still see the actors. Acting, I think, was fine for some people, not good for others. Like Franz dying, not the greatest, but he pulled it off in a way. He didn't really have the biggest role. Um, what have I not covered? I think I covered everything.
One
There.
joke thing to add real quick is that Franz dying off screen was the best acting decision they made.
Oh, that he's just dead.
Yeah, if we stuck
Yeah.
around. Oof.
Um. Yeah, I think it was fairly fine. I can't demerit it fully for the lack use or I mean for the time of 79, and the only film to my knowledge that I can piece in my head that was made in 1979 is The Shining, which I shouldn't compare the two, but I'm saying the time of film being made helps in my head. Um, so I think the best shots are up close shots for more detailed and less film grain, because the further shots you can definitely tell the film use of the background and how it's a little blurred for the time of the film. Made for TV, I don't know if that strengthens or weakens the film. I don't know if it strengthens it because it's made for TV. It could be longer than a theatrical cut, which is what you said, Ryder. When it was down to hour 40, so a lot was cut. But it also stops the use of things that can't be used for public broadcast, and that's just the adaptation of this film. But overall, I guess objectively, I gave my gripes on it. I gave my praises. 7.5.
Nice, nice. Crimson.
All right. I will also start with my subjective. So, uh, I do like history. I'm not. I don't super deep dive like I know writer does, doing research for writing and just overall interest. Uh, but I do not find this film boring. I enjoy it. It's not super like engaging or anything, but it's enjoyable. Um, we brought up a couple things like I wanted to see like maybe the horse gas masks, the tanks, just more World War I stuff in this.
More budget.
Um, yeah, sure, budget can contribute to that. Maybe actual like heavy artillery, seeing them, which would also fall into budget. That would be a big expense. Uh, so just more of that. I would like to see more. In terms of the characters, still subjectively, uh, they're okay. I don't enjoy them too much. They're there. They exist. I do like Cat though, so think I'll give it a subjective 7. Give it that. Yeah, it's something I'll certainly watch again at some point. I'll probably watch both the others at some point in my life as well, and any
I
others
want to
that
be
they might
there.
make.
I want to be there for those times you watch them. So
All
please
right,
contact me.
I'll hold on to that then.
I'm sure the audience would like your thoughts on
Um,
it too.
yeah, I spat on them. uh, let's see, objectives. So it's interesting because I don't. This movie doesn't really have much of a plot. When I really think about it, it's the objective is win the war or just die trying.
Survive.
Um, so very, very bare bones. And as an audience member, even someone who doesn't know much about history, being Sprinks knows how this war ended. I think
Yes.
going into it, it's pretty common knowledge. So as an audience member, you already know the end goal of the plot going in, and how it ends. You don't know how the characters will fare there. Fare though. But the plot's very bare bones. Hardly any at all, I could argue. It's more of like a character study for one character and just war in general. Anti-war film, as we discussed, I think it pushes that very well in this. It's not hyper exaggerated. Everything that it pushes to be a negative feels just, with us growing with Paul and his disdain towards like the teacher, because the teacher's just pushing all this propaganda and all that. I think it's a good lens. I think what they did with Mustache was underwhelming. Uh, I think he deserved more at the end. Whether or not us seeing him earning that medal, I don't know if that would really fit in this movie. It kind of seems like a side thing. So I don't know if I needed to see the reason for the medal, but I would have liked to have seen him die helping somebody, so we could see that he actually did deserve that medal or something. So he, I think, was underutilized. The fact that the characters, the minor ones, we can't really associate the names to, I think is a small problem. I don't think it's completely necessary due to the screen time they have, but I do think it's a problem. What else? I agree with Sprinks. There are some sound issues. I don't think it's as bad as he was making out to be, but there are moments, because I think it is a lot of situations based on just audio balance, uh, and to sacrifice realism, as I brought up in the beginning. But there are moments where you can see guns firing and there's no corresponding sound to it, which that I think is a problem. Uh, I didn't know going into this was a TV movie until Ryder brought it up in our Discord uh, yesterday. So watching this after that with that mindset, I can see some good stuff because of that. Like they really stretched that budget out. Really impressive. The amount of extras is insane. I wonder if that's just a bunch of unrelated people, or if it's like behind the scenes people or family members joining in, kind of like they did with Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Like that was friends and uh, interns and stuff on that
When the army
final
shows up.
hill fight. Yeah. So I wonder if there's any facet to this, or this was actually all true background actor people. So all of that, there's not much conflict in character development. I don't think any of the characters break or go out of character in this. They all progress naturally, all being Paul, and I guess Albert changes as well. Not that he's much of a character. I am going to agree with Sprinks' 7.5. That's what I'm leaving it at.
7.5. All right. Oh, also I didn't touch on it, but I think Ian Holm as Corporal was the best actor.
I agree.
Best actor?
Yeah,
Okay.
the best
I
acting in
think he
this
fit that
film I
role well.
think was him.
Yeah, he definitely plays the role well. I think Cat's probably my favorite actor. But only not by margin, big margin though.
Favorite actor or favorite character?
But you favorite actor? I thought we were talking about who's like best
I
actor. I
I
thought that
said the bet. I think the best acting in the film was by Ian Holm.
Best performance.
best
Yes.
performance. Uh, mm, yeah, I'm not sure I'd agree with that, but well, fair enough. I like Ian Holm too. So um, okay. So I obviously have long history with All Quiet on the Western Front. Some of them, some of it is kind of muddy for me on my history, but as I said, this is probably my least favorite adaptation of All Quiet on the Western Front. Um, I said it from the beginning, and I still think it holds true even now. Now that we've gone over everything, I'm gonna go with my subjective first. I love history. I love uh, war movies. World War One is very, very brutal, gruesome. I kind of talked about this earlier in the podcast with about like the point of All Quiet on the Western Front is to be an anti-war film. Um, and World War One is the perfect place to set that in terms of history, and I think subjectively, keep this really short. Probably a 7, solid 7 for me. I would rewatch it. I would probably not go out of my way to watch it, but I'll definitely end up rewatching it again someday. Um, and I just had a lot of fun, I guess, with the history. I had fun doing my Wikipedia dives every time I saw something that could potentially be inaccurate. So I found my enjoyment there, and I learned a few things watching the film, which I think is the point. But the reason it's a 7 is because I do think the other versions of the film were better, and I enjoy them more. So they're higher up on the subjective list. Um, in terms of objective, um, Uh, there's not much more to say because I think Crimson covered pretty much the basic of everything that I agree with. And
Sorry.
Springs, no, that's all right. And Springs also said brought up a few things as well in terms of the sound design, the lighting.
Sorry.
Um, it's okay. In terms of the writing, it's pretty bare bones, as Crimson said, which is uh there's not really a plot. It's just survive the war. That's the goal, more or less, that the characters have. Um, because there's a point where I think they do give up trying to win. They're just trying to survive. Um, I think that I think I said it earlier. Cat's probably my favorite character. I think Cat's very well fleshed out. He's very, very like hands-on, practical. I can teach you how to survive in the front. While Corporal Hemostas's character is very cruel, and there is enough of that. His cruelty made our cast of main boys bond together as a group. And while all of them fell to the wayside, we at least objectively there is enough for us there to understand who they are as people, even if they didn't do really enough for us to retain their names. Because I kind of agree with that small criticism. It also helps, I think, a little bit, though this is portrayed to the exact to my subjective, but the author has said that Bomber is a pseudo autobiographical. It is a pseudo autobiography of the story from the writer, because he was a World War One vet himself, um, and he uses Bomber to portray some of those experiences autobiographically. Um, And I think with Bomber, the actor had a bit of an uphill battle going for me here because uh, I think 2022 version is probably my definitive version, even if it's not the most accurate to the book. So he had a bit of an uphill battle, but he does a good job portraying the character. I think for this version of the film, the showing the more human aspect to what is a very grueling and industrialized war is a very interesting choice, and it is different from the other two movies, but I think it is to this film's benefit. Um, but it is still the other characters are still pretty thin outside of Bomber, Cat, and Hemostas. And as we said, Hemostas doesn't really get any conclusion other than that he died. Um, so I think that being said, uh, this is written down in my notes. It is a 7.5 for me objectively as well.
Wow.
Not to be not to join the echo chamber here, but
We
that's where
gotta
I
stop
settled.
watching good movies because all I'm seeing is a pattern of good movies. We are all on the same page
I don't know
together.
if matching means good. I think
No, I mean, whenever we do these higher scores, we're all about the same. But whenever we get an average or a bad film, we usually get variety.
Yeah. Well, we get well, we could talk about more of that off the podcast. But,
That's recap talk.
that's a
It
recap
is.
talk. All right. Well, gentlemen, should I read us out, or do we have any final thoughts?
I will be
Uh,
silent. I will have no outro.
I think that's everything covered for me. Yes, on this film.
All right. Well, as always, audience, thank you for listening wherever you are, whether it be Spotify, Anchor, Amazon, Google, Castbox, and Pocket Casts, and Samsung. And always thank you for listening. If you are on YouTube or if you watch their little PNG tubers that talking at the screen, feel free to like, comment, and subscribe anywhere. And tell us how much you hate our opinions. Tell us how much you thought my take on All Quiet on the Western Front was wrong, or how wrong Crimson was, or how wrong Springs was, or tell how much you loved us in our comments.
That was probably wrong.
Uh, yeah. um, and yeah, and we'll, yeah, and as always, I have been a geeky writer,
Fine, I'll talk. I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks.
and we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.